Targa Florio. Welcome to the Targa Florio, everybody. I hope you're all well out there today. Wherever you are, this is a big one for me. I'm excited, so excited for this, and finally able to do it. And it's going to be hopefully a good ride. It's been a minute, so I hope everybody's good. Welcome to the Targa Florio 2024 Rinascita, I think is what the event's called itself, but it's a recreation, a full recreation of the 1967 Targa Florio. 10 laps. It's a timed race. We'll explain the format a little bit for those of you that are new. But right now we're in warm-up practice. We've got about 30 minutes until the driver's briefing, in which 20 minutes, and then we'll start the race. So a little under about 15 minutes, I guess, till the race actually starts proper. And we begin. So if you get some food or drink beforehand, you still have a bit of time. But my teammate is once again Oskari Kantonen, the great Oskari Kantonen. Won this race last year, and for some reason has decided to pair up with me for this year. And I'm very hopeful that I can't hear me that well over the sound. Sorry. Well, it's going to end soon anyway. Hopefully you can hear me now. Oskari is teamed up with me this year. He won this race last year single-handedly after I had to bail on him. And I'm just hoping I can do what I can to not drag him down this year. Let me see if I can increase the volume of my voice a bit. All right, that should be better. Hey. All right. Yeah, Oskari Kantonen. Let me know if you can hear me a bit better now. You should be able to. He did the whole thing solo last year, which is nuts. There are a number of drivers doing it solo this year. I would say there's actually less teams than solo drivers, which this is not something that would be easy to do solo. I've done the most laps I've ever done in a row myself is 4. I did that in some of the practicing for this event, and I was done driving at 4 laps. I wanted to take a break, and so luckily we'll be able to do that here today. I think the max stint that we're going to do is 3 laps actually. That's the goal, to hit a 3-lap stint right off the start, and then from there gauge how the race is going to go. But man, it's going to be a wild one. I am going to be driving the first stint if everything goes to plan. And it might be one of the trickiest because we're going to be passing quite a bit of traffic. So let me go through some of the things while Oskari's finishing his lap. He's coming down. He's just left Colazzano and he's headed toward Campo Felice. And so he'll be on the long Born-Fornello straight quite soon. But let me pull this up here. This is the driver's briefing. But here's our spotter's guide. Wonderfully done spotter's guide. Here's all the cars and teams taking part for this year's race. You can see our car here, number 25. It's the same car we drove for the 1,000 kilometer Monza race last year, if you were around for that. Was that last year already? So same car, new number, but everything else is just about the same for that. But we've got a great field of competitors, and the thing about the Targa Florio is because it's a time trial race and because of how the circuit is, it doesn't matter what kind of car that you have. If you're very good at this, you could win in any of these cars that you're seeing here. You know, within reason. Maybe the 1.3 liters might be a little bit down, but they're so fast through the corners that it's one of those things that they end up being quite competitive, especially the 2-liter cars. And we're thinking specifically Darren Andrews and Isidoro might be really strong competition for this. I think Reese, Southpaw Racer, and Matt Wright also gonna be ones to look out for. I can put the link to the spotter's guide, but it is a Discord link, so I don't know if this will work for folks, but give it a try. Hopefully that works for some folks, if you want to see the spotter's guide as well. And then we've got professional sim racers like Jonas Simoncic and Tom Bunton with the Chaparral, with the wing and everything. Now that car is a hog to get through the corners here. They're very good, obviously, professional sim racing and all. So they'll likely be able to do very well. I would not count them out at all. So it's going to be a tricky one. I think Fanatec and Donut are likely to be strong. I think anybody on here, like I said, could be a surprise. Jackson is racing alone this year with the other Ferrari, same car as us, so likely to be just as strong. So that'll be interesting. There is a pinned link in our chat here for the standings. Now, let me quiet Oskari down here a little bit. Now, this is a time trial race, and so it's as much as it is racing other cars on the circuit, it is also really racing the clock. So it's a bit of a hybrid between like a rally-style stage and you know, your traditional road race. You're all on the track at the same time, but it's staggered starts, and you're just racing the clock. So the other cars are just chicanes. If you catch somebody, you got to get past them. But they're trying to do the best laps that they can as well. So it's, you know, it's something that you don't really know who's going to win until you get to the full end, because it's an aggregate of all your lap times, and that's the winner. So to try to track it a little bit, because Oskari aced the chicane there. To try to track it a little bit, we did put together a spreadsheet that's our standings tracker, and we're going to manually punch in the lap times of everybody as we go, and that should sort through and give us a sense of who might be quickest, but it's very much unofficial. There's also an official broadcast, which is in the description of this stream if you want to check out a more TV-style broadcast of it. But Oskari's coming to the end of the lap here, and I don't know if he wants to pit or something, so I'm going to unmute him and see what he wants to do here. Hey, Oskari, do you wanna try a pit stop, or?
Yeah.
Okay. You did great through the end of the lap there.
Cheers. I'll give you new tires and everything.
Perfect. Punch the lap times, yeah. We're gonna type them in, and I've set up the spreadsheet to hopefully like aggregate everything and make it so that we can you know, see who's winning. But I honestly don't know if it'll work. So it's hopefully give us a sense of who's fastest, but we won't really know until we get the official results afterwards. It's all about just like our time and going as fast as we possibly can. I know Oskari with the ice cold. Let me know if you can hear him, if the engine volume's too loud. It's tough to balance everything out, as I've already proven. Whoa, slid through the last corner. Points for style there.
Yeah, it's the most difficult corner because you don't practice it at all.
Yeah, just make sure the pit stall's right up front here. So he's going to come into the pits here and give me the car.
Only 105.
Did you do 4-tire change? Yeah. I don't know if you heard me, but...
So you can practice lap 1 now.
I won't get a full lap in, but I will do a little bit.
Yeah. Practice start.
Practice start, yes. It's going to be tough to avoid these guys with the fuel canister in front of us.
Yeah. That was already... I'm already sweating. I need to turn down the air condition.
What was your lap time? I can't see it right now.
Maybe it's the 36:01. Yeah, it did register. Yeah,
Oh.
and I was a bit slow coming in, so my prediction of high 35 was pretty spot on.
Nice. That's just about as good as my best lap of the month, so I will say it's good enough. You're live, by the way, with my stream, just so you know.
Hello, stream.
Everybody say hi, Oskari. I've given you all the praise already.
Thanks. Welcome to Targa Florio, where anything can happen and usually will.
Yeah, we're just in practice right now, Aiden, and everybody else that's here. About 20 minutes till the driver's briefing. And if it's anything like the one for Monza, it's going to be great. Nico does a great job with those. And then we'll be doing the actual race from there. I'm not in the driver's view.
Sorry?
I'm not in the cockpit.
Oh, okay. Why?
Well, I'm like, what view is to get driving view? There we go.
Inside.
Well, that's good to practice that.
Good. I thought you were locked out.
No, I was like in a camera next to the car, like what I was watching you from.
Great, great. How's the oil temperature?
I don't know. Oil temperature 80.
Really? Then we have no issues with them. Except for the part where we wait for 8 minutes on the grid.
Yeah, I'll shut the car off for that, I think.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't like think we DNF'd.
I don't think.
Yeah, so I haven't said it here yet, but the starting order is determined based off of car class as well as, I think, general speed, and I don't know. However it worked out, we're starting second to last, which doesn't affect our ability to win at all because it's just time. Like our start time will be subtracted from the first lap. But we've got to wait on the grid for about 8 minutes before we can get started, and 20-second intervals between cars. The biggest issue is that the first lap we're going to be behind the entire field except for one car. So we've got to pass a ton of cars, a ton of traffic the first lap, first couple laps at least, if not the entire race, just because we're going to be in the middle of it. We only have one car behind us to start, which is Jerne and Tom's car. So it's going to be really, really tricky. How's the engine volume and stuff? Is that good? And is Oskari too loud or too quiet? Say something if you can. I just want to make sure the audio is good.
Something.
Perfect. So we're on the run to Cerda right now. This is the quote-unquote easy part of the track, just because we've all done it so many times. No, the results are based on the total of your 10 lap times. So it is a full 10 lap race. It's not, qualifying, but it's the sum of all of your laps put together. Sound is present. Nice. It's my favorite. I don't know how far we'll go on this lap, but just to make sure I get a good feel for it. If you've never seen the Targa Florio before, welcome. If you've never seen the circuit before, the Piccolo della Marone, welcome. It's a 72-kilometer, 2,000 turn, or was it 700 and something turn circuit? Is that what it is? Thousands of corners in this race. The number of turns is highly disputed just because what do you call a corner? This is practice. We'll be starting driver's briefing in 15 minutes and then the race shortly after. So just trying to get a feel for the car, make sure I feel nice and good, because next time I go through all this, it'll be the start of the race. All right, we're in the first city, Cerda. Down to second gear here. I will not be able to watch the chat very much today.
I'll go make some preparations. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Blast down the center of the road here. Just lift the throttle on these bumps, making sure we don't over-rev the engine. We can blow the engine in the car, so that's a big concern, especially if we were to spin out or something. Let me adjust this a bit. I can hear myself talk too much, which is not ideal. There we go. That'll be better. Yeah, you don't really learn this track like you do a traditional circuit. It's much more like rallying, in my opinion, than a traditional race. It's going to be different for everybody, but for me, I just know the corners that are the ones you need to really brake for, or I guess better described, it's the corners that don't look like they are. So like I know this one curves a little tighter than you might think it would. I don't remember this corner though, because it's not one I've ever had an issue with. This corner is also quite tight. This one, not really something I remember, because again, it's not something you need to really know how to do. This corner is a bit faster than the last couple, and it has fresh pavement here on the exit, so you can get a nice run. And now we'll go through a really kind of fast bit, a little bit of lifts, especially on a real race lap. This almost can do flat out on a quali, but I'm not going to risk it. Through there, come to the top of the hill. This is one of those spots that catches a lot of new folks out, and even the experienced ones. Third gear for just a minute, then we come to a really tight right-hander. And then this left-hander, you can see the whole thing, so it's not really one you commit to memory. That's how I've really learned this track. It's just learning the corners that are deceptive and don't look like what you think they are. Every lap you learn a little bit more. Like this is actually quite a bit faster than you think it would be because of the fresh pavement. Just don't want to overdo it there. Down to second gear for a minute. Now, it's wise when you don't know the track to give it extra caution everywhere. This is a little bit faster than a tight right-hander, but it's still not a fast one. This is the corner I crashed on during HRSC a couple years ago. This left-hander, I hit the wall on the outside. And we will not be doing that today. Not there, at least. Just nice and consistent, nice and smooth is what I want. Get up to third gear for this left-hander. This will get us to a very tight series of corners. You can see some brake marks there. Through the trees, this section. This one's got a couple fast corners, but you have to get the line right. Third gear through here. I was a little late on the turn in. It's all right. Now this next right-hander is quite fast as well, but it's not flat out by any means. I really chickened out of it there a little bit. It's good. I want to be very conservative. It's a 10-lap race. My number one goal is to give the car to Oskari clean. If I can do that, I don't really care what lap times I turn, because I know if I can give it to him clean, we will at least have gotten around the course decently, and he's magic here, so I have a lot of trust that he'll do quite well. So I just don't want to mess it up. A lot of bumps through this section. This is a really cool kind of chicane that dives way down over the top of the hill. Just don't over rev. There we go. To the bottom, down to second gear. Yeah, it's a long track. We're still very much on the beginning of the lap. Got about 10 minutes until the driver's briefing. I'll do a little bit more. The car feels good. I feel good. This is fun to drive casually with traffic, and I've got a video. There's an amazing Assetto Corsa version of this track that's getting even better. I've actually got to do an update soon because it's a laser scanned version. I kid you not. They're making a full laser scanned version of this track. But the one for Assetto Corsa is cool because you can run with like road traffic, and I agree, it's just fun to go and do some laps of it. This is a pretty tight one. Probably a first gear corner. It's fine. This version of the track for rFactor 2 is a converted version of the Grand Prix Legends original with a bunch of updates and upgrades to make it even better here. And even though I know I'll get a bunch of chats today about how this, the Assetto Corsa version's better, it's almost 2 decades, or it's a decade and a half newer than this one. Technology has improved a lot, so of course it's very impressive, but I still think this is really cool as a track, and it's just as challenging, I promise you. And I think it puts on a great race. So maybe someday we'll have the laser scanned one in rFactor 2, or we could do a race like this in Assetto Corsa, but I don't think this version of the track takes away at all from this type of event. I'm very, very excited for this. All right, really, really tight section here. We'll bring it up to the next set of hairpins, and then I'll hop out, because I gotta preserve myself a little bit. It's gonna be a lot of driving today. Really fast section there, down to second gear. I've tried this one in third. It's a little too tight for that. But then these corners are nearly flat out. Definitely flat out if you're not trying to preserve things. Get up to fourth gear for just a minute, and then heavy on the brakes for this one. Second gear. We get it through a little chicane here, and this brings us right into a hairpin. First of many, many, many hairpins on this course. All right, over a little bounce there. Down to the bottom of the hill, first gear again. Don't want to spin the tires at all. Tire preservation is going to be a big thing as well. Getting onto your third lap can be a drastically different experience if you've been nice to your tires. Oh, I just want to keep going, but we'll get there eventually. All right, we've got about 6 or 7 minutes until the driver's briefing, and so I'm going to pull the car over, and I might actually exit the sim and make sure, re-enter and make sure everything is good, because rFactor 2 is quite the temperamental beast sometimes. I don't know if you're here, Oskari, but I'm gonna exit the sim and just reload everything.
Yeah, smart.
Car feels great though. The circuit feels very grippy.
Yeah, maybe they've upped the rubber.
Maybe. Do you know which voice channel the briefing's gonna be in? I'm sure we'll find it. Everybody will be in there in about 5 minutes.
Good question. I think we'll get moved there. Maybe.
Well, not from here. Not from here we won't.
True.
All right, just restarting rFactor 2 because it is a temperamental beast, and it'll be best to have a fresh loaded game. Appreciate everybody jumping in today. It should be a good race. It's gonna be a long race. If to do 10 laps around this course is going to be the better part of 6 hours. So luckily I get to split that with Oskari here, so I don't have to drive the entire time, but it is still a very, very long event. No, sir. Oh yeah, community servers. Hey, Florida man, I did see that. Yeah, I actually saw the original post for that, and I reposted it because it's amazing. If anybody's, we're talking about the recreation of the 1992 Indy 500 video. Are you currently driving or spectating?
I exited the...
Okay. I'll select to drive then. Yeah, the video, it's a recreation of the 1992 Indy 500 finish. Alan Sir Jr., Scott Goodyear, done in IndyCar Racing 2 with accurate camera positioning and like the real audio sync to it and stuff, which is really cool on its own. But if you know how the cameras work in IndyCar Racing 2 and like how that actually works to create replay cameras, it's insane. It's all text editing. You have to basically know the coordinates of where you want the camera to focus. You have to change all the settings about it, the aperture, the zoom, and how it works, tracks the car or static, and all that. It's done through text editing. So it's crazy impressive that they're able to make that video. It's very cool. All right, it is loading. It's so slow to load. Makes me so nervous each time. It's just kind of popping in each car. We've got about 5 minutes till the driver's briefing, and I gotta figure out like where that's happening. Just gonna ask them. Yeah, it's really, really cool that they're able to do that. All right, it finally loaded. Make sure everything works here. All right, now I've got the cool driving view set up for this. I gotta make sure I remember to click it on, but got my can see my shifter and all that, so you can see everything I'm doing. I've got a nice relative put on there, and then some stats about the car and everything. It's oddly enough the car here is easier to drive with full fuel. Just the way it is somehow, but it is actually easier to drive with full fuel. So we'll be filling it up. Tire changes is going to be the big thing that we might just try to change 2 rear tires. Save us some time in the pit stop. I think the driver swap itself takes like 40 seconds, so we can definitely do 2 tire changes in that time. Filling it up doesn't take very long at all. Looks like we can't actually see the channel. So the car we're driving is the Ferrari 330 P4. This mod, all of the cars are kind of fictional, like recreations. The visuals are fictional, but they kind of have styling that looks a little bit like it. The physics, though, are very much modeled off of the real car. So what do I want here? There we go. Looks like we can't see the channel. Where is it? I think they're adding us to the channel because it's not actually something we can see right now.
Yeah. Maybe Nikos hit the channel limit.
They do have a lot of channels. We could do our own driver's briefing here. I do have the guide. Yeah, it's like a stylized 330 P4. All of the cars, they're Wuchu's mod. And I guess I could go back to the spotter's guide while we're waiting for this. But, you know, like there's a couple Matras, Alpines, Porsches. We got the Chaparral with the wing, but they're not perfectly matching the real car in model. But the physics themselves are very much modeled off the real cars.
Yeah, it works now.
All right, I'll jump over there and then I'll see you back here soon.
See you.
All right.
Hello, everyone. Hang on.
Be able to. There we are.
I'm going to mute myself.
The view channel thing was set to not.
Yeah, I turned it on and then we had to resync everything.
He's very
because Discord is a fantastic software which just works flawlessly, and I have no complaints at all.
I'll leave you to it now, Nico. Break a leg, mate.
Yeah, I hope that everyone comes here in time.
Oh, hey, you didn't mute everyone yet.
Well, no, because I'm trusting everyone here as dear personal close friends that they won't start shit posting everywhere. But yeah, we have to. I think we're still missing Yane, so
Jerne is at the LAN event, I think.
No, Yanni is racing today.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, but as far as I'm aware, Jerne is racing from the LAN event, so right now he's probably in the car
Oh,
in,
cool.
in a different sim.
Ah, cool. Then that explains why Tom is starting the event.
I don't know what's happening right now, but we'll just wait for the briefing itself to start.
I think everyone else should be here now.
Driver's
So
briefing
I'm
here, and
gonna
then in about 10
start
minutes, the race will
sharing
start.
Screen for the briefing.
Oh, he's going to share screen. I'll see if I can get this showing up here.
Hello.
I mean, the briefing notes. Oh, yep.
Sorry, just a quick note. Dad's not going to be here because he would need to restart RF2, so he's watching my stream of the briefing instead, if that's all right.
Yeah, it's all bueno. It's all bueno. Like, the most important thing is just that at least one person of every team is here. So, you can tell your teammates and stuff what was here.
Perfect.
But yeah, no problem. Hello everyone. First of all, thank you so much for coming back here after last year. Second running already, and it feels like the year has, passed quite quickly, honestly. Not to get too sentimental for the start. Briefing, standard stuff, starting procedure. We'll have it set to the normal standing start, as we have it very often. Like for Trans Am and stuff as well, grid countdown goes to 0, lights go green, don't start. Basically, the starting position for you guys will be here right at the start-finish line, but on the right of the yellow line. And, it's basically going to be the call-out after the first 10 seconds of the session. The first car will move up to that position, which will be Mr. Steph Hermans in his Arduino 6M4 or 4M6, I don't know. I always turn those numbers around. But basically, when the 10-second marker into the session occurs, I will give him, the number 1 go marker, and at the same time, number 2 move into position, 20-second wait, and and so on. Like basically, number 2 starts, then number 3 move into position, and so on and so on. The starting time intervals will be automatically deducted. On that moment, a very quick shout out to Mr. GP Labs himself. First of all, thank you very much for taking part again after Monza. I'm happy that it was apparently enjoyable enough to give it another run here. And thank you very much for the working timing sheet, because we tried to get one going and it was an absolute B and it didn't work properly. I mean, Darren made it work as well, but it wasn't with thousands and hundreds and stuff of a second, so it would have been like another step and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, provisional result can only be affected in the next 24 hours by post-race incident reports. In that quick thing, I would like to ask in briefing room questions. Would you guys prefer it if you could already report incidents during the event or only start after? So like just a quick message or something like during or after.
To avoid fights after is probably the best idea.
After, yeah.
Okay. Right, I was just thinking because if it will be in the end time penalties and stuff, so it's a little bit better as well with adjusting like how much you push and all that stuff, whether you have to compensate for a penalty and all that, but that's completely fair as well. But then the next part. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you very much, Jake. Next part, rejoining the track. If a car slides off the track, the driver of the car off track is responsible to return to the racing surface safely and in a way that does not jeopardize any of the other competitors. Here it is quite difficult, simply because a couple of the parts of the track have quite steep inclines next to them, so obviously it's not necessarily a given. Like sometimes you have to take some momentum onto the track with you to actually make it back to the track, but as far as you can, to watch out, of course. Carrying on with damage, I'm not going to be the guy to go, if you have a broken suspension or something and can't drive straight, just retire. it's I still want to enable you guys to try and finish this event, of course. Finishing is half the thing, and winning would be the extra little bit of cream on top. But if you do have a car that's very difficult to drive and all that stuff, stay on the right lane of the track. Of course, racing line and all that stuff normally. But if you are significantly slower than your normal pace, stay on the right lane and let others have the chance to pass you. And obviously don't push on the limits, or on the Buonfanello straight, don't try to go like 300 kph or something. Then the next thing, which I would ask people to stop.
Thanks, Frank. Good luck to you
with
too.
the case of 3 wheels remaining. This is the orange zone here. So at the end of the Buonfanello straight, before the first faster S, the orange zone begins. This is where you are allowed to continue on and to make it back to the pit lane with 3 wheels, simply because it's close enough to the end of the lap to declare it as safely, as well as also the corners being not so how would you say it? So closed and blind, for example, as with a lot of the rest of the track, but still drive at a safe pace, try not to endanger the cars around them, keep on the right lane, and stuff should be fine. And the only exception, of course, would be, towards the end of the lap, when the yellow line and stuff comes up for the last 2 corners before the start finish, just change to the left, make it clear that you're going to pit in and all that stuff. Passing. Of course, the Targa Florio wasn't a race, it was basically a time trial, so the end time counts, not the order in which you finish. The overall position when you finish your lap 10 will basically be still deducted, obviously, with the starting times. Keep that in mind for overtakes, and also keep that in mind when you're trying to defend an on-track position. Dangerous moves, dangerous ambition, dangerous defending and all that stuff obviously will be penalized as well. If something like that happens to you guys, also, of course, report it. If it leads to the DNF of 1 or more cars, obviously the penalty will get more severe. In this entire situation, the HRSC penalty catalog does apply.
Penalty catalog.
Now, the biggest change that we've done to last year we just ran with the normal race setting to 10 laps, but unfortunately it got to the part where we how do you say it? We couldn't quite let everyone finish, because the longest post-race delay is basically like 30 minutes. And obviously this lap is quite a bit longer than that. So unfortunately, Miff and her dad basically missed out on finishing their final lap. So this year it will be 11 laps. The race distance will still be 10 laps though. So basically, as soon as in the scoring, so in rFactor 2 scoring, the first place runner, so P1, the first person to finish 10 laps, will be finishing the race pretty much. I will call out the race finish in the in-game chat. And after that, you guys have the first 2 corners. So the first corner is the left-hander with the start-finish line, then the second left-hander. Then you have a long right-hander, after which you have this off-ramp here, where you will basically just go to a leisurely pace and basically just park it here. P1 obviously very much in front, and then the cars after that, in order of the cars finishing, will just park behind that. As far as I could tell, it was pretty much very even, so not too much of a problem with the cars rolling off or something like that. But you guys can just turn off the cars after that, leave it in gear, put on handbrake or whatever, and while we just wait for the rest of the cars to finish. That's basically just to make sure that everyone has the chance to finish the final lap. Live scoring, noting down the lap for all running cars. I don't know why this is still here. I had deleted that, but the PDF export can be very fun. Broadcast. This is also part of the briefing. Fun, isn't it? You are all very welcome to swing by the broadcast center to get an interview for the official stream if you want. Of course, share your experiences, whether during the race, whether before, or just how taking part in this is. And yeah, you're all very much welcome to take part in just anything here. Thank you very much once again, everyone, for taking part. I hope that you all have an absolute blast, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all race. So to make it formal, you are all dismissed. You can do some practice starts and all that stuff now, and yeah, get into the mindset, unless you have any questions.
I have
Nico,
one.
Go, Max. Sorry.
Okay. About the starting procedures, just to make clear to me, after you call us individually as drivers, we must stop at the start-finish line and wait 20 seconds, and then you give another call so we can go to the race, or when you call us, we are waiting and we already go to the race. That is the point I have.
Okay, basically, when the race starts, so because the session in the server will be a standing start, we won't directly start there because I think the P1 position is a little bit further back. But basically, so Steph will be starting first. So basically, as it starts, I'm basically telling him to get into position, the one marked here. Then when it reaches 10 seconds, he will start, and then the car behind him, so number 2 car, has 20 seconds to get into the same position, and then after those 20 seconds are passed, it's their time to start.
Nico.
But I will also keep calling out the move into position, all that stuff, and obviously you guys even when you're not starting, you can all just move along, move on up, and all that stuff, so it's a little bit more smooth.
Okay.
This will all be in the chat, Max. So look
Yep.
out. You will get an instruction in the in-game chat that says number 16 ready.
Starting
That's when
these
you
things
proceed to the
is always
start
tough.
line. Stop at the start line, and then you'll get an instruction number 16 go
Okay.
in the chat window of the game.
Okay,
Nico, is the
understood.
grid single file like last year, or is it
Yes. Yeah, it
Okay.
is.
Good. Thank you.
Also, very quickly on that note, speaking of chat, obviously, during the entire race session, the only person that should be typing, would be me. So when I write finish and all that stuff, I will write another message, all cars have finished. After that, you guys can type. Write congratulations or whatever the hell you want. Just before that, so everyone that's still driving can concentrate on racing. Any other questions?
Well, I have another one. In the pits, when we stop to make the service, if some problem happen like happened in HRSC with Yerny, how do we proceed?
Yannis' problem was a bit of an unfamiliar one, so I don't think it should happen in this situation, since the pit entry marker is, it's different. Like last year, we didn't have any issues with it. This year, we probably won't have issues with it either. Overall, at least I don't know what issues could come here, honestly.
Okay, but just in this non-case scenario, can we chat something? We come here in the Discord channel? What do we do?
I mean, if it's an emergency like that, so like a game bug, I would obviously tolerate like a chat message or something. But then just quickly in Discord, hop in the briefing channel, give me the note, then hop in the briefing channel and we can chat here, what can be done.
Okay, thank you.
Righto. Anything else, guys?
Right. Man.
Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, good luck.
Best of luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Good luck, all.
Good.
All right, man. The starts for these things are always tricky because these games don't have a mode for doing this type of race. So that's always the trick with it. Let me get this back up. Very thorough
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. So we don't have to do our own spreadsheet, I suppose.
No, if we have theirs, I don't know where it is though.
Yeah, I'll dig it out.
Yeah, if you can find it, because I linked the one mine to the chat so that people can see it, but I can link theirs instead. I'm actually going to jump away real quick just to get ready, and then I'll be back.
Good. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right. So I'm going to jump away real quick while we wait for the thing to get started, and then I'll be back. Just a few minutes now to the start of the Targa Florio, so I will see you all in just a minute. Got snacks. I've got water. I've got my steering wheel and pedals. Hopefully everything I'll need to do this. Man, tough to know if we're actually ready or not, but I guess it is what it is. I'm back. Just gonna load up the car real quick, make sure all is good.
I think it's in the event sheet.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that, because that one didn't have this is the format I made, so we'll figure it out. I mean, I guess maybe the first lap we can start using mine, and then if they have one, we'll just switch it.
Yeah, sure.
This is so cool.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I got the Rick Mears shirt on for quali day. Always conflicted to miss a bit of quali, but I'll catch it later. This is way more important to me. Originally, this race was scheduled on Indy 500 weekend, which would not have worked. So I'm happy it was pulled forward a week, and allowed me to participate this year. A rush to get into the pit lane, I guess. And we'll probably put the engine about there, maybe a scotch higher. So we're going to be starting, I guess there's 20 cars on the grid. A few teams dropped or decided to withdraw, didn't qualify maybe. But we'll be starting 19th then out of 20. But the starting position doesn't matter beyond the fact that we're going to have traffic. That's the issue with the starting. Yeah, we did some pit stop practice already, so we should be good there. What's a scotch in metric units? Good question. Very important today that I don't spin the tires much, especially coming out of the corners on the accelerator. And then also that I don't lock the brakes up going into a corner. That is one of the easiest ways to have a crash. Chaparral was on the side of the track there. I also realize I keep keying you when I'm just like talking to my chat because my brain can't compute the difference.
Yeah.
So sorry about that.
Yeah, it's fine.
So that Chaparral is the one we got to watch for coming up behind me at the start of the race. They'll be the only car behind us on the road to start. And obviously, if they pass us, they're definitely ahead of us. Because they'll have a 20-second disadvantage off the line. All right, I'm going to pull over here. Thank you. Yeah, it should be good. So I'm thinking I'll leave the car off. I'll leave the car off so that it doesn't overheat.
Smart.
rFactor 2 is super frozen at the moment.
It will be like that.
Please don't crash. That would be very bad.
I think it's loading the entire circuit.
Is it frozen for you too?
Yeah. I don't know why it isn't. I thought it was because I was passenger with you.
There we go. It finally loaded.
With 30 seconds to go. Easy.
All right, I got the setup in. I will grid.
Right.
I shut her off.
Yeah, well, really, you have to creep forward every now and then, but it's still better to keep it off.
I think. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, I'm not nervous, but there's a lot of cars not on the grid. Unless we're very, very spaced out.
Yeah, we should be very spaced out, yeah. Yeah, everyone's on the grid.
Nice. We want the oil to stay under like 90.
I think it was 99 or something was the limit.
Okay, I'll keep an eye. I'm not going to shut it off every time we creep forward, but I'll just keep an eye on it. So we're doing the start, guys, and
we're on max radiator, just to be sure. So
perfect. Doing the start. So our first lap time is going to be like 8 minutes slower than it actually is. But the final results, and that's why we have this spreadsheet with all the calculations in it and stuff, because it'll subtract, you know, the time. Our lap time really doesn't start till we cross the start line, for real. Looks like there should be 20 of us competing. I think there might be one team that didn't grid, but we'll see. We're number 25, so we will Every car, though, is launching at 20-second intervals, so we have a nice space. But again, our time doesn't start officially till we cross the start line for our run. And that'll all have to be subtracted out of the finish results. So it's really hard to know who is actually winning and doing well. There are lots of interesting sound effects right now.
Sounds normal to me.
Just hear like almost like body scraping the ground sound. Hopefully it goes away once once I start for real.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate.
R2 needs reset sound effects button as well.
Is that actually a button in this?
No, it should be.
Reset
Sometimes
sim. That needs to be a button.
Yeah, sometimes when you start driving, you can't hear the engine because you're all over the sound effects limit.
Yeah, it should hopefully get better. I mean, FPS and stuff is fine, so that's what
good.
matters. Hopefully that weird sound goes away, though. It's like a weird clicky sound. Yeah, just 2 quick formation laps. All right, we can see the start line up there. We just
Maybe
gotta wait our
it's
turn.
just clipping because there's so many engines around.
Shut off the car for a minute. It's almost at 80.
Oh yeah, I can hear it now.
This doesn't help the nerves, this start.
Yeah.
Imagine this though with like crowds around, like that's how it was in real life. This whole area was full of people. They slowly rolled the cars through one at a time up to the line, just like we're doing here, but with tons of people around and of course like 1960s safety. Close now. All right. I'm not going to watch the chat at all during this. I hope it all sounds and looks good and I don't have any like technical issues, but I got to focus. The goal here is to do 3 laps and get the car back to the pits here and give it to Oskari for him to do 3 laps as well. And then we'll split the end 2 and 2. So this first stint's so important. I got to pass a bunch of cars. Potentially, I've got to just be nice and smooth. It's a long race, and I don't care if I do 38-minute laps as long as I get around cleanly. That's really the main goal here. So it's just going to be a nice, smooth pace to start. Feel out the car, make sure everything feels good. I'm not going to set any records. If the car behind me comes up to pass, I'm just going to let it happen. It's not a big deal. It'll get sorted out through the 10 laps. It's 720 kilometers. It's a long race, and this is just the very first lap would be an awful place to throw it all away. So it's gonna be a lot of fun though. I appreciate so much everybody watching, and then of course Nico and everybody, Darren and all the HRSC for putting something like this on. I know it is not easy to do these types of events, and they absolutely deserve every bit of praise for how well this is organized, and I think it's gonna be a great event. Yeah, that's illegal. Penalize. Penalize.
5 seconds. Good luck and careful with the cold tires.
Will do. Yeah, nice and easy first lap here.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Targa Florio 2024. Whoa, we're away. All right, nice and smooth. Just want to get good feel for the tires and make sure I'm not going to spin or something silly. Nice and easy breaths. Yeah, the run up, so we're going up to Cerda now. And I was saying in the practice, but this is the part of the track that I feel like most folks know. You just end up doing it a lot. It's a really fast straight here, but it is quite tricky at the end of this, so give it that extra second. Get it down to third gear. Try to flow through this nice and easy. Want to stay away from the bollards. They will damage the car. Give it that little extra bit on the walls and stuff, especially on this first lap. To hang it out too wide here. It's easy to pick up a lot of speed through this stuff, but the darker pavement is a lot more grippy. It's very noticeably more grippy than the lighter pavement. So whenever I see that, you can just give it that little bit more through the corner. There's actually a few corners where you take a kind of suboptimal line because the pavement's just a lot better on different parts of the course. I come through a little switchback here, and we've already made it up to Cerda, first town. We're going through 3 towns on this course. Down to second gear here. Slight lockup. It's all right. Lift over these crests so that we don't over rev, blow the engine. Heavy on the brakes. You can usually do it right after that last crest, but give it that extra second here. Second gear, so track tightens up a lot here. We'll run out of Cerda and now towards the hairpin. Hear a lot of other cars.
Yeah.
But I think they're quite far away. Oh, I saw a bollard knocked over there. All right. Work up the hill now. Now it's the long run towards Sclafani Vagini. I believe is how you pronounce it. I've said it wrong many times. It's probably still wrong. But this is a long, twisty section with quite a few tricky corners on it.
I'm trying to scout ahead to see if there's any trouble.
I did see a bollard knocked over back towards the hairpin.
Nice. Those are like landmines.
Well, I'm going very easy, but I'm scared, man.
Just breathe, it's fine.
lot of these corners are second gear. You don't have to shift so much here that you might think you do, just because a lot of it's just these second gear kind of switchbacks. This one's a bit faster. It does tighten up here towards the exit, but the pavement's so good there that it helps pull the car along. Coming to my corner. This is where I crashed HRSC. Lap 2 though. I did make it a full lap in that race, but I had a crash there. You never forget it when you crash here. Into the forest section. Pretty quick right-hander here. Keep it in third through it. Got another third gear corner coming up the next right. It's a little bit faster, but it's still not nearly a flat corner. And now it'll close up a bit. Fast there. I got it slowed down though. Oil temp is quite high. My chat just told me, but it's like over 90.
Yeah, it's fine.
Alright, I'll take Oskari's
multiple degrees of margin.
Take Oskari's casual attitude towards it. Alright, dive down through this roadwork section. Ugh. Again, don't want to over rev over the bumps. Second gear, this is a tricky corner. Alright, this is a very tight corner. First gear. Probably can do second gear there, but first gear's...
Check. The maximum oil temp is 107. Then it's just taking damage.
Okay, we're good.
Very good.
I was gonna say, I've never had to worry about it, but I didn't know if sitting on the grid for 8 minutes had something to do with it. Yeah. I don't think we sat for 8 minutes though, so the times might be all off in that spreadsheet anyway.
Yeah, there's 6 cars missing.
If you subtract the second column next to the team name is how many milliseconds our delay was, if you feel like updating it. It's the big negative number.
Yeah.
If you don't, it's going to make me look really good, so either way. Alright, I don't want to speak too soon, but I think I'm picking up time on the car behind. So slow through there. That's a very fast right-hander. Alright, it's fine. Better slow than fast. That's...
You have our starting time as 350 seconds. Just a bit under 6 minutes, so it should be correct, right?
I don't know, but it sounds good to me.
Yeah.
You could actually look at my stream if you really wanted to.
Yeah, but I can't keep the sound on because then I don't know when you're talking to me.
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, just to check the start time.
Yeah. Ah, yeah, sure.
I got a little mixed up on the pedals there. I don't need to do that. All right, into the hairpins then. We're still working towards...
Yeah, 19th chat. haven't already checked it from me.
Sclafani Barini.
554.
Alright, second really tight hairpin here. You can hear a car in front, but he's about 30 seconds up the road, so I don't think I've gained any on the cars in front, but I have gained a bit on the car behind. I guess it probably makes sense that the cars immediately in front of us are similar speed to us, so we're probably going to end up in some big pack at some point. The slowest cars started at the very front, so. Alright. These are the Sclafani Baini hairpins. The SB hairpins, we'll call them that so I don't keep butchering the Italian language. But quite a lot of curvy stuff up the hill here. Get us past the exit. We don't actually go through the town itself, we just pass by it. Just watch these bollards, they murder the car if you hit them. The skinny ones too, all of them just like destroy the suspension, so really gotta make sure we don't hit anything. Alright, here's the exit for SB. Sclafani Baini, right there to the right. So we passed that, now we're on the road towards, forget the name of the town. We'll remember it as I get there though, it's not so important. Trying to keep a nice steady pace here. Don't worry about my time at all, it's just, I think we'll do well just having nice laps. All right, coming out of the twisty section then. Road gets pretty smooth and fast up ahead. There's another real-life pit stop location. Fast and smooth through here, but it's extra dangerous. The width can lead you to deceive how fast you can go. Whoa, we passed a car. So, we passed somebody.
Yeah, I didn't want to alert you. He was bugged so well out of the way.
Gotcha. Probably on like a 37-minute pace, but it feels comfortable for now.
Yeah, that's the most important.
All right, another set of hairpins here. I can't remember the name of the town up on the hill there, but it's the second town we pass. We'll deviate right at the exit towards it. I'm sure somebody in the chat will tell me what it is. There'll be a road sign for it, so I suppose we can use the signs for what they're meant to be. Right, quite fast through here, just gonna be nice and careful. The fast sections are the dangerous ones, of course. There's a lot of fast road coming up. Across the big bridge here. But there you can see up on the top of the mountain there's a town up there. Instead of going towards it, we'll go to the left, towards Colazzano now. All right, fast section downhill here. We'll see if I can just put a nice rhythm in. Deceptive corner here, second gear. Nice and slow, use all the road. All right, now one of my favorite sections of the course, as long as it goes right. a great rhythm section through these S's. Second gear, first gear for this one. The attenzione corner. Yeah, Cultivatore, that's it. Thank you. It was bugging me. Oh, I said I wasn't gonna read chat. I gotta stop. All right, I think I'm catching some cars too, so this is about to get interesting. Really tricky sections here. Some of these corners are very tight. Oversteer there. It's all right. This corner is one of those gotcha corners. It is actually quite fast, but you just got to make sure the brakes don't lock up on you. All right, fast downhill section now. So we're actually working towards Scalato. We'll go through Scalato before we hit Colazzano. I can see a car up the road. Really tight hairpins here. First one's fast. I second guessed myself there, but it's better to be cautious. But yeah, first one's fast. Second one here, this is very tight. Third one is not super fast, but it's also not as tight. Yeah, here it is. Just want to be conservative there. Fourth one, counting out the right-handers here. Fourth one is pretty tight as well, but it's got a little extra grip strip on the inside there. And then fifth one I think is pretty fast, but it leads into a very tight corner that is so hard it can catch you out. Go through a double left-hander here. You see the orange truck, put it into first gear. There it is. That's one of those easy to crash spots. All right, snake our way down to another set of hairpins. So we're getting close to Scalato now. This one, not quite a hairpin yet. White tree on the exit. This is the hairpin down to first gear. Keep the two wheels nice and close. There's a car. We're gonna be there very soon. Keep it in second here for now. Just don't lock it up. Over the bridge. Stay away from the nasty guardrails there on this one. Stone walls.
Traffic avoid.
I see it. Ask the caterer there. All right, this is a fast section, but there's one slow corner that can get you. This right-hander here is not as fast as it looks initially. Use the grip of the road here, carry the speed out. It's a little wide there, but it worked. You can go pretty much flat through this S, but I just can't risk that right now. All right, down to second gear. Keep it in second for Scalato. This is the Scalato S's, or hairpin section. Alright, this is going to be a tricky place to get past a car, but we'll do our best. Very tight through here. Hopefully they'll just give us a little extra space. I can give them a little extra space and we'll make it all right. That car, I think it's a Porsche physics car, so it's going to be quite fast through the twisty stuff. It's a light car. Oh, and we just reached halfway through the first lap, so we've made it halfway around the circuit. The second half of the lap is a lot quicker just because it has the big long straight at the end, but on distance that is halfway through the lap, through Scalato there. Alright, these S's, I'm a little weak at this part of the track, so just gotta be careful. I know there's a few tight ones hidden here and there. That's one of them. Very tight here, down to first gear for this. Hopefully I can get by him before Colosano. So now we're headed towards Colosano. We got one hairpin left right here. We'll leave the Scalato section. His engine's very loud. I can almost hear him better than I can hear myself. Alright, he let me by up the inside. That was awesome. Thank you, Stefano. That worked out.
Yeah, good job.
You always have doubts like, did they miss a shift? Alright, we're headed towards Borgo Eras now, and this section's quite interesting. The road gets very narrow up here. Down to second gear, use the extra grip on the exit. You can see, I don't know if you can see it, I can see it though, the car just suddenly turns really well in that darker pavement. Alright, you can cut the grass here quite a lot. I missed it completely, that's alright. I had a tank slapper here during a GPL race once. We'll avoid that today. Really narrow road here though, and you gotta use a lot of the grass to help the car around. Wouldn't do that in real life. You wouldn't want to pick up a stone or something. Alright, track tightens up. There's an S here, and then this right-hander is tighter than you think it is, and there's a nice guardrail right on the exit if you miss it. We'll come up to the Borgo Eras hairpin. This is a little hamlet. A lot of farms and stuff out here. Fast downhill section through Borgo Eras itself. See another car ahead. This is one of those sections that takes a little bit of guts. Pretty much go flat out through this S if you're not too scared. But we'll take it easy here, opening lap. Second gear. I chickened out. So it's scary to go through that S flat.
Yeah.
That a little faster through there maybe next time. Alright, we're through Borgo Eras now. We're headed towards Colosano itself. Colosano is where the famous hairpin is. And it starts that downhill rush towards Campo Felice, so it really starts to feel like you're getting towards the end of the lap as you get to Colosano. Oh, somebody left. I think that's that car that retired. Or we passed earlier. Alright, this right-hander is deceptively fast. Front hit the wall there. They had an accident there.
Well done.
So easy to do that. Just misjudge an entry. This car really benefits from getting on the throttle. All these cars benefit from getting on the throttle early in the corner. So if you kind of miss a braking zone and you're not able to get onto that throttle because you're still trying to slow the car down, you'll actually understeer a lot easier, so it just kind of compounds itself. You do much better by going in slow and exiting fast than trying to rush the corner entries. But it's one thing to say it, you also have to do that, and it's so hard. I'll try my best not to make a mistake. All right, we're really close now to Colosano. Just get some fast S's here. This is another section I'm not super solid on. Missed the shift there. It's all right, I didn't over rev. Been quite low in the rev range the entire lap. All right, this is a very tight right-hander. So deceptive and very easy to understeer into that wall. Past another crew point. Well, just a few S's now, we'll get into Colosano itself. Second real town that we go through on the lap, second of 3. Whoa, up to third gear. Almost over rev there. Very, very tentative on the entry. There we go, into the town, second gear corner for this left. First gear for the right. Little lift through the kink there and down to first with a famous hairpin. See lots of photographs from this corner. Past the gas station. There's a lot of curbing on the outside of the road here that you can use. Bit too much there. This one has a ton of runoff on the outside, so you can hop up on it, no issue. All right, now we'll start the long downhill towards Campo Felice, and the biggest issue with this section is just understeering on the downhills, so I gotta be careful. Picked up another spot somewhere. I'm gonna lose a lot of time through here. It's just a tricky section to not understeer into any of these guardrails. This is a little bit faster of a kink. Somebody already knocked down the road sign there. A lot of signs and stuff missing.
Yeah, all the braking markers are gone.
Might be able to go even faster on the last lap.
Yeah.
The way we've got our race strategy lined up.
Yeah, I remember in HRSC, I was driving behind Jarna and watching him pluck out all of my braking markers.
It's a strategy.
Yeah.
Good dive.
All right, around that car. just hope nobody knocks down the black and white signs.
Yeah.
These black and white arrows, generally, they don't always, but they generally tell you when the corner is probably a second gear corner. So they're very, very helpful. It's a really, really tight corner. I've almost hit that stone on the outside there before in a GPL race around here. I think this is the one you can go a bit faster through, yeah, because it has a corner before the break. I can't remember if you go fast here. Not really. I did that okay. Couple lockups on this downhill, which I'd like to avoid because it's really going to wear out the tire. There it is. That's what I was thinking was coming up there. It's all right. All right, we should start seeing the C now. Just a minute here. There it is, the beautiful C. We've made it all the way down to the beach. A few more corners and then we'll get to Campo Felice. And then it's the long run on the straight, and I'm ready for a drink of water. All right, here it is. Left hand, quite fast. Double right-handers, probably flat when you're on a good lap. I'll keep it a little safe. Get onto the straight. Photographers, spectators everywhere. Get down to third for this left-hander. Second for the right. Gonna go past the cathedral. It's the only spot on the whole course where it's cobblestone, and it is more slick. So give it that extra little bit. I was actually a little fast coming in there, but we got it. Understeer over the cobblestones. Try to grab that little, oh, I missed it. There's a little pavement on the inside there. You can help to steer you on the exit. All right, second gear. A few hairpins now. Try to calm down. I'm pushing the car a little bit. Good exit here. Third gear, get it up to fourth. A little bit of a security lift through the hairpins or the switchbacks. All right, and then nice and easy onto the Buonfornello. Take it very easy there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good acceptance, sorry. Very neat so far.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna check, but I think we're damage free. Yeah, nothing on the car. 98% all around on the tires so far.
Nice, nice.
We'll see what the pace is. Hopefully it's not super slow. All right. Focus, because we're coming up to the hardest corner on the Targa Florio. The Buonfornello kink. You think the Mazda kink is difficult. This corner is so much more. Just wait for the guardrails on the right and a brake just before that. Get it down into fourth gear right away. A bit early on it. Just going to be nice and easy here in the opening lap. Keep it in fourth. Get it down to third on this little straight. Try to find that apex on the inside. I missed it just slightly, but accelerate out. It's easy to lose a lot of time there. It's even easier to have a massive accident through there, and that will really end things in a hurry. Up to fifth again for just a minute, just before this light pole on the right. right after the sign. Get it down to 4th, get it down to 3rd. Keep it in 4th through there, but I like the little extra security. All right, the track's gonna wind itself. It's not actually over yet. It feels like you're back, but you got a few corners to get through. Just right next to the pit guys there. Use that extra road on the inside. Bit of oversteer. Come through the S's. A little bit early on the shift. There's a wall on the inside you have to be a little bit careful for. Here's a hairpin. It's somewhere between 1st and 2nd gear where they're set up. No, that's the 2nd gear one. The next one is the slower one. I messed that up a little bit. But again, better to be slower than faster. It's a little too slow for 2nd gear, a little too fast for 1st gear through there, but make it work. Get up to 3rd. All right, we got a couple cars in front of me now as we'll come towards the end of the lap. Just a small S here. We'll come around overlooking the train station that you often pull out of for your garage. There it is on the right. That's where everything begins in the pits. Where the garage stalls, the pits really are up here. 2nd gear for the final corner. As Oskari said in practice, it's a tough corner because you never take it at speed. We'll come across the line to the spectators' delight, fighting with another car here. Finish the first lap, so 43.12, but we'll have to see minus the time what it actually is. Up the inside here to start lap number 2. Just keep the pace going. I couldn't hear you. So you said it's 5 minutes was the start?
Yeah, a bit under 6, yeah.
Alright, so it's not a terrible lap. It's 47 something, or 37 something.
Yeah, I'm watching. They are updating the official and unofficial live timing.
Would you mind posting the link in my chat?
Yeah.
Ian, if you're around, I don't think Ian's around, but if you are, if you want to star or pin his comment. I'll do it once we end the stint. Alright, focus in here in the lap.
I would do it.
As long as you don't have edit access to it. If you do,
Yeah,
then definitely
I'm
don't post it.
Yeah, I'm looking if there's like an official link. First, yeah.
Either that or you could just copy their times into my spreadsheet.
True. Oh, I don't have edit access for you.
Oh, that's right. Whoops. Nah, we'll have to fix it after the first pit stop, guys. But how are we looking from everybody else?
Let's see. That's 7:19 for you. 35:33 for Donuts. He's really good.
35. I mean, that's not attainable for me anyway, so I don't really mind.
yeah, don't worry. AMX Racing Team 36:24. So Max Schrappe.
Hope I didn't scare him there, but people keep crashing in front of him.
Yeah.
Alright, so quite slow in the first lap. That's what I expected. But I think Yerne's car was a bit slower than us, though.
Yeah. I mean, Tom only installed rF2 for the first time like 2 days ago. So
Oh, okay.
he's doing really well
Do that.
considering. Yeah.
A bit too fast there, but I was able to get it turned in. The relative is useless on this lap.
Oh yeah.
I've got a sim hub though, so actually, I think, comparing it to my best ever time, which is not a bad idea.
That's good.
All right, through Cherda again. Happens so quick. Just got to get into that flow state where just doing it off of muscle memory and not over analyzing anything, just getting into a nice rhythm. Got another couple of cars in front of me here.
Rafa had steering wheel failure.
Whoa.
That's rough.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
I just wanted to get their point of view, and that's so full left lock hand. Yeah, the pedals are working, but steering is full left lock.
But that's like a real wheel failure, not the sim wheel.
Sim wheel. I mean, how do you?
But like his actual,
you are
like,
physically holding, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he could maybe.
You know, Michael, I don't know how I can talk and do it either, but it honestly helps me to talk.
Too much.
Sorry?
I think he could probably, well, I don't need to know, just keep concentrate on the race.
Okay. Talking helps me get into that flow state of not over-analyzing what I'm doing, but keeping a nice rhythm. I don't know why it helps me so much. I describe the circuits so often because it helps me stay in it and focused. I recommend trying it. If you have focus issues, it might be really hard at first, but maybe it's something that can help you. You know, just describing what you're doing. You don't have to recall historical events or anything, but it's one tactic that's really worked for me over the years. Is just talking while I'm driving and using that more so than talking, just like describing what I'm doing, and it helps me stay focused. All right, this one's second gear. Yeah. The next one's the quick one because it's got the new pavement through it. This third gear, kind of a lazy entry just because it's the second and third apex you want. That one right there, down to second for the left-hander. Use that new pavement on the exit. This is my corner. I have officially made it further than the HRSC Targa Florio. The wrongs have been righted, but now to finish a full stint. That's really the goal. See a lot of walk-ups from folks. All right, through the forest. Just easy on this first one. If you're just joining, I think we had an issue with my spreadsheet that it's linked at the top, so I'll fix that once I hop out of the car here in about 1 3/4 laps. We'll get a sense of who's actually leading this thing, but for now it's just concentrating on trying to get a good stint, come through the construction section here. This lap naturally is just going to be much quicker than the last one because of the not having to wait. But that time will be subtracted, our start time is going to be subtracted from the overall time that you see. So my first lap, Oskari, I think was saying was a 37-minute, which is admittedly a little slower than I was hoping. I'm hoping to do 36-second lap, or 36-minute laps rather. 36 seconds would be great, but 36 minutes. I know I can get low 36-minute. I know I can do a 35 too. I've done all the sectors for it. I've just never actually put one together. But that's not the goal here today. It's just to get through the race. So finishing is the most important thing. Tight corner here. All right, faster through this time. I was really slow through there last time. Car still feels really good. We're at 97% tire wear on the rears, which is what we're most concerned about. If things go well, I should only have to change the rear tires for Oskari for this first stop. If not, we could potentially double stint the tires, but that's up to him. I think if we're still in a battle and stuff, we might as well, if we're not super far behind, we might as well change all four. Because he's going to do a 3-lapper as well. All right, very, very slow section here. Second gear through the beginning of it, get it down to first. Nice and tidy, just don't slide the car. It's very easy to slide this car. Fast on the exit, this one opening radius corner, but the pavement goes back to the old stuff. All right, third gear. Shouldn't have broke there. Down a second for the left-hander. All right, we'll catch this car right into the hairpins, which is not ideal. Maybe they'll let me by. There we go, side by side through the hairpin. That was fun.
Yeah, good job.
The car feels terrific on the second lap of the stints.
Ah, good.
Oh no, Tom Bunton left.
Yeah, he had the wheel failing.
That's right, he told me that. I didn't hear the name.
Yeah. Yeah, I said, oh yeah.
Gotcha, gotcha. All right, back up to SB.
I don't want to fill your head with information if it's not strictly necessary.
Appreciate it. I'm in my zone. I'm in my little bubble right now, just doing laps. I think this lap so far is going to be a lot faster than the last one.
Yeah, I bet.
He says good because it was slow. He just doesn't want to tell me it was very slow the first lap. Oskari has no issue doing 35-minute laps, so really want to get him in the car, in a nice clean car, because I know he's going to work wonders.
First sector 803, so that's like mid 36 for final time.
Good. Some bollards missing in a way that you could like cut a corner now, but I don't know if I want to try it for the first time during a race.
Yeah, just gotta be mindful if someone has left the ball out on the racing line. It's also possible.
We only have 7 cars ahead of us now on the road.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll lap anybody?
Probably the 1.3 liters. Yeah.
Normally can get up to 3rd gear there, but keep it it steady for the race here. All right, this section, I've had a lot of crashes through here over the years. It's fast, but then there's some slower corners, so you need to be careful. It looks like my relative thing is showing that it's showing how many laps we've completed. So it says 1 because we've completed a lap. I don't know why it's like that, but that's the way it is. I think I set it up for the HRSC, which was done a bit differently. All right. Get out of these hairpins here up towards top of the hill. I hear Matt Wright behind me. Matt Wright's behind me. Did they like have an issue and then pit?
No, you got him in the hairpin.
Okay, I passed him.
Yeah.
I just know he's very good at this, so, but it must be just one of the 1.3s.
Correct.
Still 97% all around on the tires.
Great job.
Can't tell if this guy is just humoring me sometimes or if he's actually happy with me. I'm sure he's happy with me. All right, love this section. It's a roller coaster. Just gotta make sure you get on that black pavement. It really helps turn the car. Tight ones here. Never felt good through this section. That was an all right line through there. Down real slow for that one. Bad entry, but I saved it. All right, this one. Again, it's fast, but it's got a terrible entry being downhill like that. Another car up there. It's been pretty good through the traffic so far. They're nice and spaced out at least. Once you get 3 cars together, it becomes really hectic. And we've luckily had nobody behind me yet to consider. Second through this time. There we go. I think that'll be a bit quicker overall. Just momentum. First one's quick. Second one's very tight. And the rest of them I always forget. Left the race again. All right, to the bottom of the hill then. Paved corner. Keep the line nice and straight. Down to first gear at the orange truck. A little bit of oversteer there. got to the hairpin quicker than I was thinking. All right. All right. Verban in front. They're also very good at this. Maybe win the 1.3 liter category. Be interesting to watch who wins which categories. It's also tough to make sure you don't do something weird when you're catching another car. I don't want to follow them. They probably have a very different line. The car's going to be a lot lighter than ours. All right, Scalato, halfway around, second lap. So far, so good, nice and clean. So when you keep it up, I'm halfway through my stint then. It's a very long stint. Thank you, Ervan. Raced Ervan a whole bunch through the HRSC, and I think they were in the HSO 50s, 1,000 kilometer, as well as the 1,000 kilometer that Monza, Oskari and I did last year. Up to 7th on the road, doesn't mean anything in the results. But we haven't been passed by anybody, which is always good. Technically, all the cars in front of me should be, I guess, slower, but definitely the few that started directly in front of us are not slow. I hear another car up there. Robin. All right, final hairpin of the Scalato section, and we'll work towards Borgo RS. Knocked over bollard there, that's sitting right on the apex. There is a bollard on the apex back there. I don't know if they despawn.
Yeah, nice.
It's almost out of the way. But if you're really cruising for a good lap, you'll be right in its track. Skinny road now. Catch this car through the skinny section is not ideal. I still missed that apex. It's all right. Yeah, the car is right-hand drive because it's visually, they're all kind of based on the same car. It's kind of a fictional visual.
I just checked the replay and it's not there for me, so that's good.
Okay, good.
It's so silly how it's the physics are client side in those.
Yeah. Opens things up for a bit of foolery.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of car this one is in front. It almost looks like a GT40 the way it's shaped, but I can't remember what they're driving. Alright, this is possibly the worst section to catch somebody in. It's just very tight. Just give it a little bit of a weight. There's a hairpin coming up with a straight. Hopefully we can duck up the inside here. There we go. Nice and easy on the inside. This race is 10 laps. We're on lap 2. I'll be doing another lap before I hand it over to my teammate. So the stints themselves are about an hour and a half, maybe an hour 45. the first 2 stints anyway. I think we're going to do 2 lap stints at the end to split the second half of the race. And Oskari will finish, which is good. He's very, very good. We can afford to be a little bit more adventurous at that point with the lap times. All right, top of the hill then. Coming down to Colosano. Shifts into third, keep getting me. I don't think I've over-revved it, but I got close there. All right, real tight one here. Ooh, real close to the wall. That was a little too close. Got away with it. Colosano, give it that extra breath. Got another car in front of me here.
I'll be right back. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yep. This will be an interesting spot to catch somebody. Thing is, as well, when you're following somebody else, I mean, everybody that's participating in this today has qualified for it and knows the track well, but, you know, everybody's got parts of the circuit they don't know fully, and so you never know where somebody's going to be a little slower than you expect. So they'll take a real wide line there and jump up the inside. Thank you, Steph. Should be on pace for a mid 36 minute lap, which is basically what I want to be doing. But again, it's all about preservation, and I don't want to get ahead of myself. switch back. Cut there. This is a tight corner. There's actually a dirt road off the edge of the hill there that I totally don't know why that's there. I do think Nicholas might be the last car that will pass, really, on the road until we get to lapping some cars potentially quite a lot later in the race. It's gonna be a quiet stint for Oskari, hopefully. I guess with the pit stop though, that might shuffle things up a bit. Maybe he will have to pass some cars. But no idea if other cars are gonna hit on 3. You could technically stretch it to 4. But we're valuing driver fatigue as one of the key reasons to be pitting. We think it'll work out all right to do a 3-stopper for this rather than a 2-stopper. Does lose us about 45 seconds on the road though. Oh no, Jackson's out. That's terrible. Jackson was doing this alone. To be out on the second lap is not what he was hoping for, I'm sure. I feel terrible about that. It's definitely one of our main competition out. We knew Jackson would be quick. All right, we're getting towards the bottom of the hill. We'll see the C in a moment. There it is. Very, very clumsy and slow through there. It's all right. Car's starting to get light. This car is a little harder to drive on low fuel, unfortunately. So whatever you would gain from speed, from acceleration with less fuel, you actually kind of lose it because it's just not as planted to the ground. Oh, a bit fast there. Saved it. All right. Oh, almost crashed there. But made it to Campo Felice. Come up to the cathedral again with the cobblestone street.
Oh, Jackson, wow.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Still didn't get the pavement there. I had a near incident. I didn't hit anything.
Doesn't count then.
Right. I suppose this lap is typically just like almost accident after almost accident.
No, indeed.
Go through this left-hander quite quick, but it's risky. 95 on the rears, 96 on the fronts.
Sounds good. Jackson hit one of the only trees on this track that actually is solid. Real shame. Trees aren't real, they can't hurt you, except the one with the hay bale on it.
See if I can get this hairpin right this time. Coming to the end of the second lap then. Car's starting to get a little more lively under the wheel, so I'm gonna have to be ultra smooth on the third lap. But it's pretty much all the fuel. The tires feel great, and I'll have to talk to Oskari here in a minute about whether he wants to change all four or not. Alright, past the garages. Now a second gear here. Final corner, hardest corner sometimes. Come complete lap number 2. 36.36. I'll take it. Right about in the range.
36, just as I predicted.
You're spot on. Either that or I'm very good.
6 seconds off.
I might have to go a little bit slower this lap. The car's just a little lively now.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to catch Nicholas though, so the only person on the road ahead will be Donna. And they pulled out even more last lap, so I think he's just doing 35s.
Donna, yeah, he matched his practice best of 35.03.
My God. You're good to do driver change at the end of this lap?
Yeah.
Okay, you only got about 34 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like that when they say driver change next lap, but it's 36 minutes a lap. Yeah, you can. I don't know if you guys can tell, but the car is it's just liking to move a little bit more, and it's not quite as nice and sedentary as it was before. So just gotta be a little more gentle on everything. Thing is, with lighter fuel, you do have a lighter car, so you could go quicker. It's just, it becomes a lot harder in my experience. So we'll keep it well within the box. On the third lap now, though. And at the end of this lap, I'll be giving it over to my teammate for his first stint. And I'll get to take a break, thankfully. I'll get to watch the master at work. Oskari is incredible around here. You can see Nicholas ahead now, so we'll definitely be catching him at some point. Cerda once again. Everyone's favorite town on the Targa Florio. If I was to learn this track again, this is the first goal. Get to Cerda. Just do that 100 times. All the bollards are gone from the outside of the road there. There's like almost no bollards left in some spots.
Yeah.
Right off the sidewalk right before I murdered the policeman.
Donuts fun.
Okay. Any damage?
Oh, did he beat you? Did he beat you? Oh, he might have beat you. I'm afraid he might have beached it here.
Oh, he beached it.
Oh no, he got it more than good.
Whoa, that's big. He's probably leading the race. We don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
Is he technically in the lead right now? Do we know?
Yeah, should be. Just with that 35.03, I think. I would give him that. Yeah. Doesn't seem like he got any damage, but he lost like maybe 90 seconds there.
I'm starting to lose track of which corner I'm on.
Yeah.
I can't believe you did 10 laps of this last year. How did you not go insane?
I didn't really have to like drive for the last 4 laps.
But still.
Yeah.
Nicholas in front here is killing it, but the car on straights is where you're going to see the big disadvantage. So any straight section, the few straight sections that we have, he's reeling him in a little bit. I don't know why I put it down to second gear there. It's those little mistakes like that. I can't do that.
When I was watching Donut beach today, it sure felt like 90 seconds, but it was more like 20 seconds. I went back and checked.
Okay, well any little bit will help, but if they keep doing laps like that, I wonder what Fanatec's pace is going to be.
I have no idea.
I know he was quick, so.
Yeah. Gotta be.
They might be our main competition. They're much further ahead at this point, but we'll see.
Yeah.
You up to it?
I'm not gonna do 35 flats.
No, please don't. Please don't try. I'd rather finish than finish second.
Yeah.
I know you can though, so make sure everybody knows that you can do 34-minute laps if you want to.
Yeah.
From bottomed out through there. Yeah, this race will be about 6 hours long for those trying to do the math right now. But luckily I don't have to drive the whole thing. I don't think I would try this alone. This one's just a bit too long for me to try alone, but props to everybody out today that's doing it, because there are some of the drivers are doing it alone. Quick, Nicholas here.
Yeah.
A little bit nervous to pass him. He's going to be all up on me. This one's going to be tricky because I'm quicker in a straight line, but he might actually be a bit quicker through the corners. Especially with the pace he's doing, I can tell he's pushing that car quite a bit. There we go, sorted it out.
We should be third overall currently. I mean, after the second lap.
Who's in second?
Max Schape was second when we crossed the line, but he beat after it.
He crashed, sorry?
Yeah, he boxed after it, he made a mistake.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Maybe he's going for 2-4-4.
Still want to do 3-3-2-2?
Yeah, sure, it's fine. It's more reliable. We can change all the tires after 5 laps, so we have another. No.
Yeah, I could do the next stint unused, as long as you don't wear them. Wear them out to nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, we can change it halfway. I mean, after 6 laps we can change the tires and then we have.
Do you think you'll be fine for 3 laps on these?
I think so. So maybe we'll see.
There's still 94s in the rear, so.
Yeah, it should be doable.
Yeah, I'd rather. I mean, I just want to make sure we're 100% safe that you know, your second and third lap isn't going to be hell.
Yeah, if I take it easy, they really like lose grip after 80%, so
yeah, you can make the call as long as you feel good about it, but don't, like, if you think there'll be a chance that you crash because of it, I'd rather change them.
Yeah, we don't need the risk really. Yeah, correct.
Try not to let Nicholas here push me at all. I mean, I'm quicker, but only on the straight sections. And there's not that many of those. They're quite infrequent through here, so we'll figure it out. If he gets right up on me, I'll let him by.
We had a 2.5 minute lead to the car behind when you cross the line. So there's no threat there.
Nicholas push me at all, but I feel the pressure a little bit. Dropping him a little bit here, so hopefully can build a bit of a gap. There's a couple quick sections coming up after this. I should be able to put a few seconds on him so that we don't have to worry about it. See Cultivatore to the left, just by my mirror actually. Do a quick S, get up there. Alright, the road straightens out a bit past Cultivatore, so I think I should be able to get a gap on him without too much issue, and not have to worry about that buzzing Matra behind me anymore. Alright, here's the exit to Cultivatore to the right. We'll go to the left. The old Targa Florio, the full circuit, kept going straight there. That's where it differed and went for a much larger loop, if you can believe it. This is the short course that we're on today, Piccolo circuit. The attenzione. Alright. Dangerous section this. I don't love this section of the course, so we'll just guide it through. Car's even lighter now, so these downhill braking zones become even more sketchy. As long as I'm on the accelerator right at the turn-in, it's usually a good sign. Somebody knocked over the mile marker there. Nicholas is keeping up with me. He's so quick. We'll blitz him down the straight. That's really where all the time is gained, but I think I gained like 20 seconds on him last lap. It'd be nice to have pace notes around here, but that's part of it. You could probably cheat if you wanted to. There's probably ways to get pace notes and stuff, but I wouldn't feel like I really accomplished this if I had stuff like that. So it's all part of it. It's not meant to be this super competitive. It's kind of a race against yourself, in my opinion. Can I do this? That's really what I'm trying to do today. So far, so good. We got little over half a lap to go before I hand the car to Oskari for his first stint. Get it down to the hairpins here. White tree. Next one's the hairpin. I messed that up last lap, but luckily I was slow enough. Fast section here. Slow corner this. That one's a little tight, but it is a fast section regardless. All right, halfway through my last lap of this stint. I think the car quite cranked in enough there. Tires are still pretty good, but I can tell they're a little worn. That's why I'm a little afraid to, if Oskari wasn't to change them, especially going a full 3 laps. I think I'll pressure him to change, for us to change them. But if he really wants them as they are, then I'm not gonna tell him no. I think it would be best if we changed the tires for this first stop. It does, the reason why we're contemplating it so much is it adds quite a bit of time to the stop. The stop itself could be well over 1.5 minutes to do all 4 tires, so it absolutely would save us some time to not change them, but this early in the race, there's still so much race to go. We're in 3rd right now, we think. And although we're a bit down on the top 2, we know one of them already had a bit of an accident. You don't know if that damaged the car at all. And there's so much race to go that you don't want to do anything too risky too early. We can always skip the tire change on a future stop as well, so that might be better to do. I'm on lap 3 right now. The lap counter is showing how many we've completed. We're just over halfway through the 3rd lap, and at the end of this lap I'll be coming into the pits and car over to Oskari Kantonen. Thank God. Be very happy to get to the end of this lap. There's still a lot to do here. There's a tricky, probably the trickiest part of the stint here right at the end, with the car dancing all over the place. Finally got the grass there. Get it a little bit here too. Whoa, that was fast. Oh.
Nice.
Oh my God, that was so close. I did that once in a GPL race here too, like same exact thing. That's my spot.
Not even a scratch.
All right, we spun it.
Watch for the revs. Good job.
It says we got a tiny bit of front end damage. Dang. All right, just get my head back together. The race isn't lost because of that, but I lost probably about 15 seconds there. Feels fine.
Yeah. Yeah, well handled.
Probably won't fix damage unless it starts overheating or something. It's just light blue, so.
Yeah, it means it's just a scratch. It won't let us fix it anyway.
I got away with that, all things considered. I really messed up there twice in a row, basically. Let's get through the rest of this stint. Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch what happened there. I think I was not really paying attention, reacting to the close call just before. And it's easy to make mistakes here. It's all right. We got away with it, and just got to get to the end of the stint without any other drama. Still on pace for a 36-minute lap. I think I lost about 15 seconds there. It's not the end of the world. Now you don't have to be worrying about being the first one to spin the car.
Yeah.
I already did it. It's fine. It's got a couple little scratches on it. We're good. Behind Nicholas again by about 10 seconds. I probably won't get him to the Blend Parnello this lap, so that'll be fine. Probably want new tires for sure, though.
Yeah.
Although it didn't do much to them.
Oh, really?
I'd say we take them and we can think about it on the other stint.
Yeah.
Force feedback just gave me a little punch there. That was interesting. All right, through the Colizano hairpin, it's all downhill from here. Bummed I spun, but I guess we could be happy I didn't hit anything. So just try to finish the rest of the lap out without any other drama. And think about it. Think about it while Oskari takes over. I'm sure everybody will make a few mistakes during the race, so nothing to worry about. It's lucky there's no guardrail at that one spot. We got away with it pretty light on the whole damage. temp's fine, so I don't think the damage is going to do anything to the car, luckily. Maybe we'll be a kilometer per hour or two down on the straight, but it's fine. Tires feel like they're just kind of bouncing on the road now. They're not really gripping anymore, especially in the braking zones.
Alright, I'll go get ready.
Sounds good. He's gonna put on his racing gloves, his sweatband, and whatever else they do in Finland. Hopefully he comes back before the straight because I need to select him. And I don't think he's riding with me yet. And cross your fingers, everybody. The driver swap goes smoothly because rFactor 2 does do rFactor 2 things sometimes. Near the end then. Should see the C in just a minute. That's a flat corner. There it is. Beautiful blue water. Campo Felice lies ahead. Try not to crash down here this time. I had a close call last lap right here. Much better this time through there. It's the long left-hander, double right into Campo Felice itself. Ooh, bit of oversteer there. Second gear for the right-hander. Up to the cathedral. Cobblestones here. Grab that pavement finally. All right, get ourselves set up for the straight. Okay. Get the pit stop ready. So we'll do a 4-tire change unless he really tells me otherwise. Oh, I do have him selected. But no fuel or anything like that. We'll just take 4 tires. You can see Nicholas up there. We're going to catch him quite rapidly, but I don't think we'll get him before the kink. Hopefully it's not before the kink, or in the kink. It says Oskari is no longer riding with me. What happened?
I should be riding with you now.
I said you're no longer riding with me. There you go.
Okay.
I've got you selected. I've got the pit stop requested.
Should we take 4 tires?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to put it on unless you really don't want it.
Yeah, alright.
Just trying to round this out nice and clean. Crew is ready for the pit stop. You all good? Everything's good to go?
Everything's good.
Inside of that corner is a bit off camber too, so it's very awkward that one. Alright, last few corners. We'll give the car over to Oskari for his 3-lap stint. I'll take over and do another 2, and then he'll finish out with the final 2. Nice and even split, 5 apiece. Just gotta be really careful on the pit entry here because the stall, I think, is immediately after the line. There it is. 109 seconds.
Yeah. I think Donut didn't beat.
Yeah, they must be doing 4-3-3.
Yeah.
Or 4, yeah, 3-3. It's alright, just, you know what to do.
Yeah.
Don't try to make it all up. It'll be, we'll see how it shakes out.
He's got it one, yeah. At the moment. But you get to do your Excel magic because I didn't have the edit permission.
Yes, I'll put all the results in and everything, and I'll let you know.
See if I have to do something about the second place.
Yeah, just do your thing, because you're so quick that I think if you do your normal laps, it'll shake out pretty good. Ugh, I'm tired. I'm happy I get a few laps, an hour and a half break here, basically, as long as Oskari doesn't have any big problems. And hopefully the driver swap works and he gets in the car here. We got 28 seconds. 28 seconds. All right. Here he goes. 3, 2, 1. All Alright, he should have control. There he goes. Hey, just a casual murder. Go get him. I did my stint. I'm a little bummed I hit something. But, you know, it could be much worse. It could be much worse. Alright, let's, let me do some stuff with the results sheet. We can see who's actually in the lead. So the results are updated. There's just one car we're waiting to complete a second lap. And the way it's the way it's sorting, it's doing it by laps towards the bottom, so let's see if I can actually fix that. Might be able to fix it so that it at least sorts the people that completed the most laps up top. Figure it out. It looks like, though, pull up the results here so that we can all take a look together. See if I can pull it in without breaking anything. Pull the drama, Ian. I'll have to catch up on it later. So, it's a little confusing to look at, but out of the groups that have done 3 laps so far, it looks like we're sitting second in the moment at 1 hour, 50 minutes, 47 seconds. That's how long I drove for. We're chasing Scuderia Quattro Corse at 146. We're all the groups that have done 3 laps so far. So I think there's one other car that's in the mix a bit. We'll have to keep an eye on the results and everything as they aggregate. Oskari here is going, all right, I'm going to take a quick break here. You're doing great. I'm going to jump away for a minute. And I'm going to take a quick break, but I'll be back, and we'll continue watching Oskari do his thing, and make sure he doesn't scratch my car while I'm away. steady. He's going steady. Man, it's definitely going to take a little bit of well, good thing I have like an hour to rest here, but it's definitely going to take a little bit to work back up to driving. I'm back. Costume change a little bit. We'll update the results again here too. Just see, we'll figure out a little bit better who's chasing us. For everybody watching along. So looks like out of the 3-lap complete, we're in second place, about 4 minutes off the leader. Yeah, Oskari's very quick. I mean, I don't want to egg him on because he needs to. I mean, he knows better than I do, so I don't really need to tell him anything. You know, I don't know exactly what Oskari's doing shifting-wise for this. I'm not sure if he's heel and towing. I got a snack. Awfully close to the inside there. I'll let him do his thing. If anything, he's taking a risk being with me. He won this alone last year. He did all 10 laps himself. And for some reason, he said it was okay. Yeah, he wanted to meet up with me. This is, they call these RX bars. I'm not sponsored. You know, you all know this. How do I do this? There you go. It's just, it's made out of like peanuts and dates and eggs. It tastes kind of like a chocolate bar, but it's naturally sweet, and it's about 100 calories. So it's a nice little shot of sugar, natural sugar, and Dark Side, do I have a schedule? Excuse me. Do I have a schedule of when I stream? I don't. I don't do this professionally, so I just kind of stream when I feel like it and when there's something cool going on. I would like to stream more regularly and do more videos and stuff than I have been doing, but it's just been, I've been having a busy time this year so far, so a little bit less than I'd hoped, but hopeful this summer I can get back into it a little bit more. I'd like to stream like every other weekend ideally, but no formal plans. I think for me anyway, if I have really strict schedules, it just kind of burns me out pretty quick. Nope, we are watching Oskari, the Finnish sensation, who first came into my understanding from the HRSC, where he absolutely dominated his class. He actually won our Targa Florio in that as well, in a lesser powered car. Yeah, Oskari will be doing 3 laps as well. 3 laps. And then I'll be taking over, and we're going to do 2 each at the end. So just a 2-lap stint at the end of the race to do it for each of us. So he's really carving it up here. He's doing great. in case you guys weren't aware, there is a broadcast for this race. Would love for folks to at least go say hi in there if you haven't. It's like a TV style broadcast, and they're doing an overview of the race and everything. So if you want to know maybe beyond my car what's going on, you know, further than we can tell, then that would be a great place to go do that. Let me see here. I'll show it real quick. We'll listen in for a minute or two. Yeah, let me just see how this looks.
Either be fuel efficient, or how can we fit more fuel onto the car itself so that we don't have to stop for those pit stops, because this is definitely an endurance race, and that technology would have been pushed as pushing the limits once again. Prodan right up to the edge, not just to the grass, but what looked like another cliffside.
Yeah, well, and you saw where the dust came off of. That was the apex, right? So if he clipped that apex, I would imagine this Ferrari going flying off of the other side, off of that hillside there. But it just goes to show you the level of confidence Prodan has with this machine, and he's been driving it like this the whole dang time.
Still waiting for that second sector on this lap as we now hop on
Look
board
at how
with him.
narrow it is right here in this sector.
It's where I had my crash, actually.
Off into the sky, not seeing where you're going, and then just gets it right down to the grass.
Definitely go like their coverage and everything. I think it's really cool that these events do stuff like that. They have broadcasts. I mean, it just helps as well as a driver. I love going back and watching the broadcast. And seeing how it all turned out for everybody else, not just what I saw from my driving seat. We are called the North Atlantic Racing Team. The North Atlantic Racing Team. We think it fits because Oskari is from Finland, and I'm in the United States, so... Whoa, look at these cuts. You maniac. Yeah, kind of nart, but it's...
Esports line.
Yeah, kind of nart, but it's North Atlantic. Yeah, I'm trying to, for folks trying to follow the standings, I'm trying to put the standings in every few laps, just to try to keep things up to date. Remember, folks are taking pit stops too, so it's not exactly, like our next lap is going to be very long because we were in the pits for 2 minutes. So it's tough to know who's where, but as of the end of last lap, we were in second position, it looks like. Very unofficially, prematurely. And we'll just have to see how it all plays out with strategy and stuff. We might end up stopping an extra time, but if we don't change tires on the last stop, it could save us quite a bit there. And I think there's something to the drivers being fresh. The fact that neither Oskari or I have to do a 4-lap stint, which is very, very long, is good, I think. So we'll see how it all turns out. But Oskari right now is on his first lap. First lap of 3. Thank you, Barry. Yeah, that video of Nui is going around. It's making the rounds. I think I pronounced Oskari incorrectly, so I've tried my best to get it right, but yeah, it does sound like a bit like Oskari, and I think he's now accepted that as a nickname. How does this RF2 combo compare to Assetto Corsa? So in Assetto Corsa, I mean, the track that Abels is building is got, you know, a lot more GPS data and laser scanning on some of the newest stuff. So the track itself, it's just a different thing than this one is. This one's got nicer scenery, at least for the time being. It's a little more complete. But they're kind of their own things. I think eventually I'll definitely prefer the circuit over on Assetto Corsa, and it is the one I tend to go to now for just kind of fun lapping, but I still have a lot of fun around this one. Physics-wise, I do like rFactor 2 more. It's not really to say that Assetto Corsa is bad, but I like how these cars feel a lot, so that is a bonus. Oskari just got through the first half of his first lap out. First half of the first lap. So everybody's pretty much on their third laps so far. Looks like we might have had 2 DNFs that completed at least the first lap, I guess. Or it looks like maybe 4 DNFs so far in the race, which is not ideal. High on the old revs there. Yeah, Dimitar, the 20s, 30s, they're taking the Abels version of it that they're making and kind of updating it themselves to look more like the 1920s and 30s. That'll be very cool. Would I ever consider a Formula One custom championship against AI and AMS2? Absolutely. I was almost going to do it because I did that when they released the updates last fall. I did that one-off race in the 93 cars as Schumacher. This car is pretty slow there, just going steady. Hopefully it's all right. I don't want to ask him if anything's wrong. I don't want him to think he's doing bad, but it looks like he picked it back up. This is where I almost crashed on my last lap. And then around this corner is where I had the actual crash. I just spun a bit too much, got up on that banking there. Or maybe it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. Up on the side there. Luckily I didn't hit anything. So just a little bit on the banking, but... Whoa, a little bit hot there. Man. Hold on to it, buddy.
Use the camber.
Did that damage anything?
No, it shouldn't. I only hit it with tires.
Yeah, so sorry, I interrupted myself answering that question. So yeah, I tried that 93 race and it went all right. I did a bunch more like testing and just playing with it myself, and it wasn't like quite there enough where I felt like we could do like a offline season or something and have it really be fun. So I am eagerly awaiting the next update because I hear that there might be some stuff in there that'll be really helpful for it. So yeah, we'll just have to see. I mean, I'd love to. It'd be fun. Trying to fix the timing sheet so that it shows the person that completed the most laps up top. Fix it. We'll just have a rough idea of how folks are doing, which is better than usual anyways. So currently, oh, I messed it all up. There we go, get that back. All right, so yeah, I think we're in second position right now, but we'll see after these set of laps how things are equaling out with that first round of pit stops, and who knows. Who knows how it'll all play out. All right. Oskari comes into the famous Colizano. We'll take a quick look from the outside here. Not to blow our ears out, it gets quite loud. Through the historic hairpin. Very nice little bit of oversteer coming out. Masterful driving so far. He's doing a really good job. He had a couple scary moments there, but when he pushes as hard as he does, like it's gonna happen. But I have faith. Got faith in him. So this lap I expect probably be in the 38s, maybe the 37s if you did a really good lap after the pit stop. But we sat in the pit lane for about 2 minutes, so you gotta. Although the pit stop time counts in our total time, you do have to kind of subtract it to know what his lap actually was. Back in the car. Gonna have coffee and talk to the chat. rare on a racing stream that you get to do stuff like this. We'll see what he gets. But I mean, I expect the lap to be in the 38s probably, just because of the pit stop. And then if you take 2 minutes off of it, that's roughly what Oskari did after he came out of the pit lane. Ayuki, what car is this? Looks like a weird P3 or 4. Yeah, if you look at the mod for this, it's all of the cars visually are somewhat fictional. They're kind of all based on, you know, based on a similar model. They have a little tweaks here and there though to give them some visual differences. Like the Chaparral does have a wing, and a few of the cars have the longer rear ends and all that. But they're not meant to be modeled off the real ones visually. But physics-wise, this is a Ferrari P4, 330 P4. You'll notice they all have the V8 engine sound too. They're all using the same ones. I know for some of the 50s cars, I think they're hoping to add in some different engine sounds and stuff, but yeah, he's on his way down to Campo Felice, which will get him onto the long Buonfanello straight. He's got a few corners to go yet. He's working his way. Working his way down to the ocean, to the sea, sorry. This will be his first lap. He's going to do 2 more after this before I jump back in the car. Feel like he's braking a bit early for stuff, but I don't know if it's tough to judge from this camera angle because it looks a bit different than my normal view. So maybe this is pretty normal. We'll talk to Oskari on the Buonfanello and see how he's doing. But he hasn't hit anything really yet. He did bounce off that banking.
I can't see Donut's car on my tracker up there.
Oh look. Exit the car. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Frank is in the pits now. We'll see if we can see what happened. Very glitchy looking. Came into the pits. Seems like they came in the pits and had some kind of issue.
Oh, that's shame.
Looks like a normal pit stop to me. Maybe Frank's controls didn't work or something.
So they retired?
It looks like it. I'm just not sure yet. I haven't seen any notes from Frank. I think I just fast forwarded the replay when something was about to happen. Yeah, he like tried to pull away from the pits and it just didn't move.
Wow. I
will jump on board with Mr. Kantonen again. Through Campo Felice now, I'll get him on the straight. So that might have us in the lead then if they actually did have a crash there. Or some issue. I haven't seen any word from Frank yet if they had some kind of problem. Alright, onto the straight. Nice and easy here, Oskari. This corner's quite frightening. There we go. Nicely done. Good lap.
So far.
How's it feel?
Better than ever. Schreiber is pulling like 30 seconds on me per lap. He's really quick. Now I'm obviously catching him because he's in a lower class car.
Yeah, Donat's actually in my chat, and he said that Frank is in Cerda right now, but his car is showing for me in the garage.
Okay, interesting.
Maybe his game crashed or something. Hillebrand's asking him. I don't know. Just focus on us, I guess. We'll see what happens with all that.
Lucky it's a time trial.
Yeah, Donat did another 35.03. That would be terrible if there's some weird glitch, because, I mean, Donat and Frank are absolutely far in the lead right now. So Oskari comes through the end of the lap, complete his first lap. We'll see what his time is. We're at about 37 minutes right now lap for this one. So I think he'll pass in the 38 range like we were thinking. So I think he's done a 36 something on pace. Yeah, it might be hard to see on the stream, but it's the little red numbers at the very bottom of the screen. Unfortunately, none of the HUD works.
Frank's back.
Oh, Frank's back.
I wonder what that was.
Interesting. That's, I mean, good he's back at least.
Yeah, that's a new one for me.
Seems like he might be all right, so hopefully that's the case. Yeah, Donat, it sounds like he might be back, so maybe it was like some weird server syncing glitch or something. Alright, but that was... Let's see what the lap was in just a minute for Oskari. Yeah, it seems like whatever that was with Fanatec and Donat's car was resolved, so they're back. They're back in it. And I'm just waiting for our lap time to pop up on the official thing, but I think it was in the 38s. You're gonna have to ask Nico Donat. I don't know, but it seems like it might be. He's able to see him now, so. There we go. They're putting our lap time in. It's a 38:15. So if we look at the standings then, 38:15 for the 4 lap cars. We're in 3rd place. We're about 20 seconds behind the 16 car. But I don't know pit stop wise where everybody's at, so. After this lap, we'll know compared to Donat and Fanatec kind of where things are at, pace, time wise. But that time through, we were about 8 minutes off. Alright, Oskari's headed on through Cerda now. I don't want to egg him on, but I have a feeling this lap's going to be very good for Oskari. Second lap of the stint with new tires and everything is, the fuel is at like the perfect level to make the car feel very good. I've never tried the HSS stock cars. For me, I'm not big onto oval racing with Assetto Corsa just because it's not really built for it. This is harder to watch than the Monza race was for us, just because, I don't know, I'm just kind of like hoping. I know Oskari's very good, but just hoping he has a clean run here. More times are filling in, so it's looking like we're
the fuel light is annoying. I've got 83 liters left and it thinks I'm running out.
Oh, I've never even seen it.
Yeah, you're not using the vanilla HUD. Good for you.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but just try to ignore it, I guess. right, taking a look at the updated times here. So it's looking like we're in third, yeah. 13 cars, not super far behind. Looks like we're in third right now, but pit stops, I don't know how it is all working out. Big jumps there, but he's off the throttle, which is good. It's making sure we're not over-revving the car. So it looks like Oskari through the first sector was 10 seconds up on my best lap so far. So, ooh, Isidoro might have had an issue too. Left and rejoined. Most of the leaders now, including us, we're on lap 4 of 10. So at the end of the next lap, it'll be halfway. Or I guess, sorry, at the end of this lap, it'll be halfway. So we finished 4 laps. We're on lap 5 now of the race, and Oskari will finish one more lap after this. We'll finish the 6th. And then I'll jump in the car for 2 laps, and then we probably will just do a fuel and driver change at the last pit stop, giving the car for 2 more laps. The car can definitely do 4 laps on a set of tires, as long as neither of us abuse them too much. So I'll just have to be smooth again, try to get a nice pace, and give him the car with just 2 laps to go. He's into the Bajini hairpins. Looks like more times are filling in here. Still sitting third. We should hopefully get second back at the end of this lap. And I'll be very curious what the gap to the leader is after the pit stops. But I have a feeling it's going to be about 5 minutes. Yeah, it's about a 6-hour race. It's actually a lap race. It's 10 laps, but that takes about 6 hours. So it's not a 24 or anything like that, but it's quite a long one. At the end of this lap, we will be halfway. Nice and smooth. He's not spinning the tires or anything. A little wobbly through there. This part's hard. It's kind of not graceful through here to get the car up the hill. It's too slow for the car and the gearing that we have, but it is a compromise, this circuit. I mean, the vast majority of it are these 2nd and 3rd gear corners with occasional 1st gear hairpins. And then you get that long straight at the end of the lap that requires the, as high speed as possible. We're hitting about 305 kilometers per hour on that straight. And we could gear it to be even a little bit faster, but it's then we'd be slower through all this. So you have to balance it out just a little bit. Yep, this is rFactor 2 that we're in. How long does it take to learn this track? I'm still learning it, but it's one of those things that you just always, every lap you do, you learn a little bit more. But I think it took me a couple of months of probably 5 nights a week doing at least a couple laps to get to the point where I could do laps without crashing. But it all everybody learns at different speeds. But yeah, it took me quite a while to get to the point where I could lap it. And then every time I do a lap, I learn something. Every time I have a crash, I learn something. So just kind of over time get better and better at it. Yeah, there's not a lot of online races like this, but they're becoming more popular. So there's a few leagues now that do stuff like this, which is really cool. I'd love to have another shot at I know it's a little weird doing the Isle of Man with cars, but I'd love to have another shot at that one. We did that with the HRSC. Ooh. Nice slide.
It's so difficult to do that correctly.
Say he nailed it. You know, it's when you finally sit down and try to learn the track, it's surprisingly easy in a lot of ways, because you don't learn it like a traditional circuit. You don't, like in a traditional circuit, you can close your eyes and picture the entire road, right? You know exactly what corners come after where and every braking marker, and I don't think you can get to that point on this track. I'm sure somebody is, but it's more like rally, where you learn specific sections of it and specific corners that are a problem. Oh, I don't like when he does this, but he's fast. Oh my God, Oskari. He does that every lap, but it kills me. Don't get too greedy there, okay?
Yeah, that was 4 wheels off. It's 5 seconds.
That's how he's so much quicker than me.
Don't let Nico see that.
But you learn these sections, so you learn like specific corners, and you know, at the start it's really just learning which corners are tighter than you think they are as you approach them. That would be the first goal, and then from there you learn which corners could you push a little bit more. It's like rally but racing. Exactly. Glad somebody said it. There's 20 cars in this race. There's 20 teams, which is pretty good. I mean, to get 20 teams that, you know, everybody's learned the circuit to the extent that we all have and are able to put on a great race like this is very cool. All right, he's going to work downhill now. Yeah, unfortunately, my results sheet, it's sorting people that didn't complete all the laps up top, but you can ignore that. I don't have the brain power right now to fix it. Yeah, we're in 3rd place right now, going for 2nd. I think we'll pick up 2nd at the end of this lap, and then we'll get to see the gap to 1st, which I'm really curious how close we'll get it. I think it'll be about 5 minutes, but it really depends on what the 24 car did for their pit stop. That's who we're chasing. And I'm happy they didn't disconnect or something. I know they had an issue after the pit stop, but it seems like it got corrected. So this guy's just about halfway around. He's got a little bit more, and they'll be halfway on this lap, and that'll be half of his stint done. He's got another a lap and a half to go until I'll get back in. Really close to the bollards there. Those little ones, they'll still damage the car, and sometimes if you hit it just right, it'll knock the wheel out of alignment. Interesting. Oskari goes down to 2nd here. But yeah, if you're racing it in 2 months and you haven't done it before, I would start tonight. Get in there and try to do a lap. Just go as slow as you need to get around a lap, and just do that every night. Try to get at least 1 lap in a day. And in 2 months, you'll find yourself being able to get around at a reasonable pace. Or maybe better. I mean, I'm sure folks can learn quicker than me. All right, Oskari's halfway on the 2nd lap. We should get a split time fairly soon. And we'll see how much better he is than I think my best lap was a 36:36, right? So we'll see how much better he is than me. He was 10 seconds up through the first split. It is the type of track that it would be nice if we had more than 3 sectors on it, but this is how it is. First here. So getting towards Colazzano. 36:37. I thought I did a 36:36, but maybe that's wrong. We'll have to go off the official timing sheet. I guess I could look at it. Yeah, 36:36, 6:64 was my best lap. A lot of 6s in that. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that Oskari will do high 35s, but any lap that he completes clean, that's why we're doing it. It's not about breaking a record. Oskari did some 34s in practice for this, so he's got the speed. It's just about pulling it back to be perfectly safe. And I made a big mistake on mine. I'm lucky we got away with that. We should get a split. I believe it's as we get towards Colazzano. We're coming up to Borgoera. So here's the corner I crashed on. Oskari once again using the mountain. It's a wall ride.
Yeah.
I believe Helmut Marko might hold the real record. I know he raced here in it's the twitches out after that really freaked me out. That's where
Probably no favorite section.
I can tell. Scaring the hell out of me, but keep doing what you're doing.
I can't do it any other way because I've practiced it that way.
Yeah.
This is also fun.
This is fun. I've had a crash here though, so. Yeah, that's a gutter run. That's the best word for it. I mean, by the end of the Targa Florio in 1973, which last year they ran it like this, I mean, they were full-blown prototypes specifically built for this race and the Nürburgring. They used a lot of the teams would use a lot of the same cars at the Nürburgring as they would use here, but like short wheelbase prototypes. Really cool-looking cars, but insanely dangerous. How fast they would go and also how small they were. Minimal safety regulations. I mean, it's a wonder that more bad incidents didn't happen than ultimately did. It's a bit faster there. Yeah. All right, getting to the bottom of the hill. I believe the second split is coming up. So we'll get a good look at the lap time difference. If you can see it, it's the yellow text in the bottom bar. But I expect it to be a decent amount up. He's had a good lap so far. Just nice and clean, nice and tidy, and like taking advantage of the course everywhere that he possibly can. He really knows the track well. A bit of rear oversteer coming into that corner there with the ambulance. That's how you know that one is tight, that ambulance there. I think the last couple of cars that are still running completed their 4th laps. Should have updated things again. Still sitting in 3rd, of course. We'll X out the couple of cars that are showing up that are out of the race, just to give a. I don't feel like redoing my whole spreadsheet right now, but I will fix. Ooh, that's not right. We'll keep it like this. All right, getting down into Colazzano. I think because the FOV and everything is so different in this camera view, it looks very, very different than when you're actually driving. Whoa, man, sorry. Scaring me into Colazzano then. I never really look at the sector times, like when they happen, so I don't know where the line is, but it has to be soon. Comes through now to the hairpin again. There it is. He's 20 seconds up on me, so he gained another 10 through. Another 10 seconds through the second sector. So he's eyeing, if he keeps this pace, he'll be a high 35 at this rate. We'll soon get to see Frank's first lap time too. Hey Nate, yeah, it's going well. We got through the first stint with only minor scrapes, and Oskari is doing a great job so far. He's on the end of his 2nd of 3 laps before I'm going to jump back in the car. Yeah, he's doing. It's crazy, like where he's picking up a lot of speed on me. I'm realizing that I need to start really taking advantage of some of the corners if I have any hopes of ever being as quick as this guy. Hey Michael, is the Assetto Corsa version still under development? It is. So Abel's with that one. I want to do a video update sometime soon, but they're kind of in a way took a step back, but it's for a really good reason. They're kind of redoing the entire track now as laser scanned track rather than GPS track where they can. There'll still be some sections that have to be GPS because they don't exist anymore, but for all of the road that still exists, they actually went and drove a car around and scanned all of the road. And so in a way they kind of took a step back because they have to redo like everything, but it's coming along. They've released a few sections of it that have the laser scanning now, and I'm sure it won't be too long until they have the full loop complete, and then I'll have to start putting the scenery back in. So yeah, it's I mean, there still is the version that I was driving on my some videos I did like last year. That is really fun and definitely more accurate for the layout than this one is. But they've stopped developing that version and have totally like transformed how they're doing it in a very cool way. But it's gonna be a little bit till it's actually ready for the public. All right, he's getting towards the bottom of the hill here, towards the straight, and we'll check in with him, make sure he doesn't need to pit or something. It'd be very cool to be able to do like the Mille Miglia, but I don't think that'll happen anytime soon. Never say never though. With like you see, like the advancements that Microsoft Flight Simulator made and how they do the globe. Like obviously that's not to the point yet where you could make like a car drive around and have it be believable. But I will never say never, right? Give it a few years, a decade or something, and maybe we'll be able to drive something that's kind of AI assisted in how it was created to get us the full 1,000 miles. Yeah, it's 1,000 miles around Italy. Just a little bit longer than this track. It's funny, the way he drives, Oskari almost looks slower than I felt like I was going, but he's 20 seconds up on me. I was actually thinking, Darren, about that DOS game, the Amiga game the other day. I had a lot of fun with that game. I'd love to get good at it. It's incredibly hard, like a lot of those games are. They're like kind of cutthroat until you learn how they work. But it was a lot of fun, that game. Alright, a few corners now. Come around, tight one here. It's going to come up to that stone wall corner that I feel like I had a close call in, but it probably didn't look it. Chicane, there it is, here it is. Just nice and easy through. He's doing a great job here. Yeah, there's a lot of like gameplay to that Mille Miglia game. If anybody's curious what we're talking about, I did a video a long time ago about it. A little bit of a snap there. Into Campo Felice for all the spectators to take pictures of. All right, it looks like Donat and Frank did their lap. So they did a 38.01 with the pit stop. So it was basically a 36 flat with the pit stop. Oh, they're so fast. Long circuits like these are all about reactivity. To a point, I mean, believe it or not, you can learn a lot of this course if you do it enough. But you don't learn it, I've been explaining a little bit, you don't learn it exactly like a normal circuit where you can close your eyes and drive the whole thing. You still, there's parts of it that you just kind of forget about when they're easy. But you do learn the sections where you do have to brake extra or do something that's different than the road looks. So I would say they're pretty reactive, but you learn a lot of the key parts of the track so that you don't, you can make the most of it. Like, there's no way you would be able to go this fast through that left-hander if you didn't know about it. Good job so far. You're 20 seconds up on my best time. So this is looking to be like a low 36, high 35.
Yeah, high 35 target, yeah. I'm not really catching the guys in front.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to push any harder.
Don't worry, I think you're doing the right speed. They did a 38 flat out of the pits. So they're just really quick.
Pretty firm third right now, I think.
Yeah, we're third. I think we have a chance to overtake second on this lap, so I'll let you know. But yeah, pretty tight battle for second.
Yeah, I think they take less time in the pits because unless they change tires and then it doesn't matter, but they use less fuel.
I'll let them go through the chicane here. You're good for another lap, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, we might get them back a little bit on the other side because I think we could probably not change tires on the last pit stop.
I agree.
So we'll see how it works.
We don't even have to refuel in the last stop. Like,
it's true. Yeah, that's true. Dimitar, that is a way, I've seen a lot of people do that, and it does work for something like this. Just go flat out and recklessly until you crash, and then note where that was, and then remember that the next time you come through. I kind of like to do the other way, where I just go very slow and work up to the speed. Is this track free? This track is free for rFactor too, so in the description of the stream I've got the cars and the track as mods. You just subscribe to them on Steam and then you're free to go. Right, let's see here. So the second team put in their time. So they did a 36:12. I don't think we'll catch them on this lap, but in the description of the stream I've got a link to it, so you can find it there. All right, come through the top by the old. Come to the line here. It's just at 36 minutes now, so it's going to be over 36. Around 36:15. So it's actually 3 seconds slower than the car in front of us. But they're still in for a really good shot here. We're third place right now. So second place is the number 16 car. I'm curious what car that is. 16. If we look here at the spotter guide real quick. So the 16 car is, what do we got? It's just Max. Wow, solo driver in the 16, and he's in second position right now. 2-liter car too, so down on speed on the straight, but much faster through all the corners. So that's super impressive. Max is holding it in second position. He's about 23 seconds ahead of us. I don't know if I want to tell Oskari that. All right, we're in third position. 23 seconds behind second.
Copy.
And second place is Max, who's driving solo. So I think we're doing well.
Yes.
That's really, really impressive. I just really can't imagine doing this race solo. Massive respect to anybody that can handle that. It's so much driving. I know, I delivered that to him with really calm voice. Just don't alarm Oskari at all. So Oskari's on his 3rd lap of his first stint. We're on lap 6 of a 10-lap race here at the Targa Florio. I'll be taking over for my 2nd stint at the end of this lap, but that's over 30 minutes away from now, so we still got a bit of time. And I'll be jumping in the car for 2 laps. We'll be putting new tires, full fuel again on it. I'll jump in for 2 laps, and then I'll pull into the pits and give it to Oskari for the final 2. Just a quick driver change at the end. And we'll see how it all works out. But eager to see where we place. Fighting for 2nd position right now. The leaders, Donat and Frank, are just very, very quick. They're turning times that Oskari and I just really can't do. So it would be a fool's errand for us to try to match them. But I think 2nd place, the battle for that is really still wide open. And if I hadn't spun, we'd be neck and neck. I think if things are similar this lap, we'll still be really close to them at the end of this one, and we'll have to see. "24 hours of Ben's Pottenwagen." Oh, God, I can't imagine that. I know, I think Jimmy did a stream where they drove the Pottenwagen around this track, which is, that's a combination. That's for sure. Still 3 cars, only 3 cars have passed the line for halfway. But you know, Oskari's always going to be calm. He's got that Finnish demeanor. The thing that the issue, if there's an issue, it's not really an issue. It's just one of the things about the really old cars in Sims. I do feel like the 1950s are where Sims start to be really interesting, and the reason for that's the mechanical side. We're not simulating the mechanics of the cars in the same way, and that's what's most interesting about the really old cars, like the early 1900s, 20s, 30s, 40s. I mean, 30s and 40s are wild machines in their own right, but I think it's really the 1950s where the cars they still were not reliable, but they became reliable enough that the art of driving is what became the most important part. And that's what we really do in The Sims. Like if there was a 1920s Grand Prix simulator where you had to like stop on the side of the road and fix flat tires and change spark plugs and all of that, then I think those cars would be way more interesting to drive in a sim. But as it is, a lot of them don't go super quick, and it doesn't create as dynamic a racing experience as it would have been in real life with all the mechanical sympathy and all that stuff. So I hope someday there's a game that has a bit more of that like car management aspect to it, or the ability to have like an actual co-driver that fixes the car as you're driving, oiling things and checking all the engines running smoothly. But it's a little like My Summer Car meets racing sim meets automation. Like you would need a kind of a combo type game. All right, looks like the next car crossed the finish line. We'll get the time here in a second. Did a 42.25. So it seems like it's really the 3 of us and the leader are on their own, really in their own time zone at this point. Oh, I would love it, Dimitar. Don't get me wrong. I just think we're not. I don't see it happening. I don't know what kind of game company is going to make a like true vintage Grand Prix simulator, like pre-50s. Really, like 20s would be the coolest if you could do all the mechanic stuff. It would be the best game ever. It would be a good game. It'd be fun. If it was still, you know, a driving sim, but then add all those extra parts to it, I think it could provide quite a bit of fun. Come through over the jump there. He's launching it. So far, he's 2 seconds up on his own PB his last lap at 36.15. Nice and calm, Oskari. I don't want to talk to him, just not to disturb the man at work, but yeah, I mean, I do feel like the closest game to that type of idea is My Summer Car, right? So that kind of thing, but with 20s Grand Prix cars and the ability to do like co-op races where somebody's the co-driver. That would be really cool. If anybody's listening somehow and has the ability to make something like that happen, please do it. Yeah, the Targa Florio, this is the Piccolo circuit we were talking about earlier, so it's the short course, 72 kilometers. There was a longer course, which I believe, you're right, Mikhail, was about 140 kilometers. And Donat just said it, there was a couple years where the track was actually the full circumference of the island of Sicily, which is over 1,000 kilometers. So it's bigger than the Mille Miglia. But they got rid of that pretty quick and back onto more of a circuit. And it wasn't until, I believe, the 50s that they really landed on the configuration that we're racing here. And they ran that throughout the entire 60s and ending in 1973. I know, it's one of the best. Calling this the short course and it's 72 kilometers, I feel like it's one of the best little nuggets of, I don't know, history or information about it. The Piccolo circuit, the short course. Yeah, the Nürburgring with the Südschleife and the like endurance races on that layout, or the Gesamtstrecke, are really cool. Did it take long to get a good setup? Fred, that's actually a good question. So Oskari, like he does, was testing this months ago. And it's just sending me lots of information about the tires do this and that, and the fuel and this and that. And he sent me a setup, and we changed a couple of things. We ended up changing the gearing a bit to really try to keep it in second gear as much as possible so that we're not having to... Whoa. You see that? He locked the rear axle so it spun around the hairpin. That was beautiful. We changed the gearing a bit so that we can keep it in second gear more and also get a higher top speed on the straight without over-revving. And then we ended up stiffening the front of the car quite a bit to just make it feel a little more confident. It was really good for one lap with it being a bit softer, but it got really hard to handle on the second and third, fourth laps. So we stiffened the front a bit to make it more understeery. And I think we pretty much had that set up since a couple weeks ago now. And just been every night trying to do a lap or two to get myself ready for this again. Are there any long straights opening up? There sure is. Mikhail, there's a 5-mile straight at the end of the lap on a highway. And we get up over 300 kilometers per hour. Oskari's doing really well here. He's 3 seconds up on his best lap so far. Yeah, it's like the longest straight in racing, and also has a terrifying chicane, natural chicane, but towards the end of it that is scarier than the Mas de Kink, I always say. It is a terrifying series of corners. All right, he's coming to the top of the Sclafani Bahini section, this SB section. well here. I'm gonna have another snack. I'm hungry. Yeah, going down the straight at this track, it just really feels like you've accomplished something, but there's still a good amount of lap to go after it. It's definitely not easy after the straight, especially getting the car slowed back down to this type of pace and getting back into that rhythm. So it, you have to focus again once you get through that chicane to make sure you're ready for it. I think the Nürburgring is still, even if you really like the Targa Florio, sometimes you're not in the mood to do this type of track. This is like, it takes a lot of brain power just to try to remember the lap, and it is nicer to go around the Nürburgring when you've done it 1,000 times, and it's still, you know, got that feel of this big course, because it's a huge track, but it you can learn it a bit easier. You can actually memorize the Nürburgring. You cannot memorize. I've never been able to memorize this course. It's just, you just kind of learn parts of it, the scary parts. The whole race is about 6 hours, Mikhail. We're over halfway now. We're on lap 6 right now, and if anybody's just tuning in, Oskari here is going to pit at the end of this lap. We still have about 20 minutes before he pits. He's just coming up to Coltivatore now. He's coming up to Coltivatore, so there's about 20 minutes to go in the lap, and he'll pit at the end, and I'll swap into the car and do 2 laps. Nice and consistently, but hopefully a bit faster than my first 3. And then I'll give it back to him for the final 2 laps of the race. So. Yeah, I think that's why it's good it's a lap race, so that there's a finite end to it. I just updated more of the time, so out of the folks that have done the 5 laps, we're sitting 3rd still. We're just like 22 seconds off at the 2nd place. It's really close with Max there in 2nd place in a Matra 2-liter car. And it looks like we're about 4.5 minutes up on 4th place. So we're in a nice little pocket here, fighting for 2nd. The leaders, at this stage, we're going to have to, you know, they're going to have some misfortune or something, which I definitely don't wish on anybody. I'd rather they finish and us come 2nd than them have some kind of crash, but they're just so far ahead at this point in the lead. They're about 5 minutes ahead of 2nd, almost 6 minutes, so. Ooh, big lock up there from Oskari. Well held.
Yeah, that's my favorite spot to go wide. I so often go wide there, but luckily someone's cleared all the bollards from them.
That's good. Keep doing what you're doing. You're on your last lap here. He's headed down the hill now towards Skilato, which will be the halfway point of the lap. Oh wow, Rubino, you live in Colasano. That's so cool. I hope to visit someday and see what's left of the course, but also go to the museum in Cerda. I would like to see it. We're just coming up to Scalato. It's not too far. We have about a quarter of the lap before we get to Colasano. Nicely done through there. It's coming down to the hairpin section. You get the white tree first. There we go. And I'll come down to the hairpin. Keeps it in second here. I might want to do that then. Come to the bridge. I don't think so, Fred, but we're going to hope to not do that. All right, here he comes towards Scalato. So this is just about halfway through the lap as he comes up to the intersection up here. I think it's slightly after this point, but I always think of this as halfway. So it's easy to recognize. A little bit wide there, but he scooped it up nice before the bollards. Through the first hairpin there. Got a cup of coffee, a couple energy bars. I think I'll be good for 2 laps, but I'm happy. I think we're taking a little bit of a disadvantage pitting 3 times rather than 2, because you could do 4 laps in a stint, but we're hopeful that splitting it, not only will it give us equal driving time, which is ultimately, we're just here to have fun, but just being that little bit fresher. And the last stop, if we're not going to change tires or fuel or anything, it should be around 30 seconds, so it's not a massive loss. The laps are about 36 minutes long, SPM, so we're about 21 minutes into this lap. So it should be another 15 minutes before he gets to the pits again. And we're through the Scalato section, so he's headed up towards Borgo Eras now, which is a little village. And this is, if you want to see Oskari at work, this is one of his sections that he just claws so much time. He knows exactly where you can cut on the corners here, and just how to get the car through this section very, very quickly. Gets to the top of the hill here, big cut. Through this little chicane. I almost had a crash here earlier. The car got real twitchy and I just caught it before hitting the outside and inside walls. And then in my reaction to that, and thinking that I caught the car, I ended up spinning out right up here in this corner and spun up onto the berm as he cuts the track there a bunch, but didn't damage the car. But we did do a spin, had to wait a second for a car to go by. Cost us about 15 seconds, maybe 20 seconds, which might have been just enough for us to lose second place. It's turning out, but hopefully, I don't know, hopefully we don't learn to regret that moment. Car wasn't damaged, that's the biggest thing. All right, I'll come through the twisty stuff there, but man, just absolutely all over the road. Oskari right now is 8.7 seconds up on his best, so he's headed for a 35 right now, high 35. I know, Fred. It's like blowing my mind how much slower to me he looks than what I'm driving, but he's faster. I think a little bit of it's the camera view. It's a little bit further back and the FOV is different, but it's still like very, very different. All right, he's gonna head the hill here. So that's through Borgo Eras then. Ooh, a little bit of oversteer there on throttle. The tires are getting a bit worn. Yeah, the view angle makes it look a little bit slower. It is, I'm a little bit worried that I'm gonna have to adjust for a minute once I get back in the car, but it'll be fine. I've done hundreds of laps at this point around this course, so I know I can do it. I just gotta get in the right mind space. Yeah, it is pretty zoomed in here. I'm also, with my view when I'm racing, I have it on showing you more of the ultra-wide screen. This car is modeled off of the Lola, but it has the physics of the Ferrari P4. I think smooth is the best thing to be around this course. Just trying to keep your apex speed as high as possible. And the only thing that would make this better is if the tachometer worked over the speedometer there in the middle and all the gauges. I wish it did. I don't know if that's even possible in rFactor 2, but maybe something for the mod creator if they can. I have no idea if that's doable. I'm gonna leave for just a minute.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna take a quick break and get ready to drive. Oskari here is gonna get the car through Colesano, and then I'm gonna take over for 2 more laps before I turn it back to him for the final 2. So I'll be back in just a minute. I get him ready for my second stint. I'm gonna leave him to it while he heads down the hill here towards Campo Felice. He's 12 seconds up on his best lap, so he's on track to do a 35, which will be great. Looks like everybody else that's still running has completed their 5th lap. So I think we had one more DNF, I believe. Decline. I hate to see anybody DNF, especially once you get through a couple laps. I mean, at any point, but especially once you get through a few laps and you're deep into the race, you just, you know, you want to finish. But we're holding 3rd position now at halfway. 3rd position, just 22 seconds behind 2nd place. It's a Matra 2-liter car driven by Max Schrappe, I think. And we're a few minutes up on 4th, so it's really this battle for 2nd. The leader is 5 minutes up the road, almost 6 minutes up the road from 2nd. And maybe stuff with pit stops and everything will get things closer towards the end. But on pace alone, they're just turning times that are much quicker than us. So we'll have to take what we can get here. I think I'd be amazed with a podium. I mean, the 3rd place would be fine by me. 2nd, even better if we can snag it. And that gives us something to work for next year. Yeah, Max in 2nd place is doing this race solo. There's a few. The leaders are a team of 2 as well. But it's Franica, Dreki, and Donat who's been in the chat here. Yeah, I mean, I'm beyond impressed. I was tired after 3 laps. We originally were thinking of doing a 4-lap stint off the start, but then it makes the rest of the race kind of weird if we want to share the seat. And then also, it's just very long. I did one in practice. I was able to get to the end of it, but it's so long driving 4 laps around here. So I can't imagine doing 10. It's 6 hours of driving. It's like too much. That's I can barely do that on a road car, on a regular highway, never mind this type of thing. So keeping it to 3-lap stints for the first 2, that's an hour and a half of driving, which is totally doable. And this 2-lap, this will be just over an hour, which I think it makes it quite a pleasant race to do. It doesn't, you know, you don't want it to, it's for fun, so we don't want it to be, I don't know, painful in any way to get to the end. I guess without pain, what is it? All right, so it looks like the leaders they just finished their 6th lap, 35:49. That's faster than any of the laps we've done, and that's their slowest lap yet, so it's crazy. A little fast there in the entry, but he's able to scoop it up. Coming down to Campo Felice now. This is right before the Blarnfornello, the long straight at the end of the lap, the highway. On the straight, once he gets down to it, I'll remind him just to get the pit stop ready. Make sure that we're good to go with the driver swap, and we're going to change tires and fuel. I'll ask him how the tires are as well. But I think we'll do all 4. Basically, give me a car just like it's lap 1 again. See you, Dimitar. All right, chicane here, or hairpin. I always call hairpins chicanes for some reason. Through the hairpin, though, now the rush down to the highway. This section is pretty easy, but just because you end up going so fast that if you do have any sort of drama, it's gonna be big. So nicely held through there. And this kink, it's tough. It's fun to push it, especially because it pays off so much getting on the straight, but nicely done. Gotta make sure we're ready for the pits. Nicely done.
Cheers.
Make sure we're ready for the pits. I should be as a passenger, so you should be able to swap me in.
Found you.
Sorry?
Found you. Full fuel, all tires.
Perfect. What are the? Do you know what the tires are at?
Yeah, 92. I used them a bit.
That's fine. It's a good lap.
Yeah, thanks.
You're 12 seconds up on your best, so it should be right at a 36 flat.
Nice.
Fastest time right now, I don't know what the fastest lap overall is, but I know the team that's leading did some 35 flat, so I think it's like a 35.03, which is wild. I mean, Oskari was able to go at 34s in practice, but it's just so risky to do that without a ton of confidence. So they're in a league of their own currently. Fast entry there. That is a fast corner. It's 4th gear. Oh, no, I'm not driving right now, Alonso. I'll be switching into the car in a minute. This is Oskari's view. We're just watching him finish his lap, get into the pits here, and give me back the car. It's tough to go from not driving for an hour and a half and now driving again, so I got to make sure I get out and on it, and don't do anything too silly. All right, through the tight hairpin. He's keeping it in 2nd gear, so I'll try that as well. Get it back in the car view. So this is the car view. It's almost more impressive here. We got the GoPro on Oskari's head. Probably better to get used to this again. All right, everything should be ready to go. We hope the driver swap goes to plan. They're always a little scary. But Oskari's going to come up into the pits here. Number boxes early. Our pit box is right at the front. He did a 35.56. 35.56. Nice lap.
Whew.
That was great.
I forgot to drink all stint.
Oh, man. I don't know your email, so I can't add you to that spreadsheet. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, you can update it on the last stint then.
Yeah, it'll be fine. We're definitely in 3rd, but very close in a battle for 2nd, so. Now I get fined for wearing good gear while having Firestones on. $60 seconds.
I can definitely say that's the first 3-lap stretch I've done here without hitting absolutely anything.
Amazing.
Very surprising. Very welcome.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we wanted to do, right?
Indeed.
Just a couple small scratches on the car, and that's it.
Yeah. Wouldn't be a Targa without a few scratches.
All right, 30 seconds, and I'll get back in to drive here.
Good luck. I'll go stretch and walk a bit.
Thank you. like always freezes, and it makes me feel like it crashed. But all right, there we go. Come out of the pits. All right, nice and easy. Let's get a feel for the car. I had a huge stutter.
Yeah, me as well when we switched drivers. It's probably normal.
Love rFactor.
Yeah, but BRB.
All right. All right. Run up to Cerda now. I've done this 1,000 times. For the hundreds of laps I've done, I've certainly done this section thousands of times. I'm in a pretty big hole on the track here. There's no cars around me for minutes, so we might not see anybody through these 2 laps. I can just focus on the road, getting this car back to Oskari in just the condition he gave it to me in. Second gear here, just hug the wall on the inside. Car feels good. It's a little easier to adjust to driving than I thought it was going to be, which is very welcome. Just want to get it nice and smooth though. Fresh pavement there really helps that corner. It's a tight one too. That's an easy one to go off on. All right. Made it to Cerda. It's always the first goal. Try to get a nice smooth run through the town. Second gear here, just use a little bit of curbs. Carry the speed onto the straight. Second gear for the end with a straight there, and then we'll wind our way past. There's like a cathedral up here on the left, I think, that has a very specific name that I cannot recall right now, but it's a very fast section of the course. Third gear through here, over the rise. It's a tighter one, but keep it in third. Come up to the hairpin. This is the first place a lot of people crash. Maybe not the first, but I think the first time through here, you'll probably crash there. Kind of comes out of nowhere, that hairpin. All right, up the hill now. We'll head towards Scafani Bagni. That's what it is. SB. This section's especially beautiful on the new Assetto Corsa version of this course from Abel's. With the scenery in the distance, those mountains and everything, you get a really good idea for how absolutely gorgeous this part of the world is. Third gear here through this section. Second gear for the top of the hill. Just nice and easy does it. I also want to make sure I don't scrub the tires too much. The plan from here is to give Oskari the same tires and fuel. We're not going to change those. We're just going to do a driver swap for the final 2 laps. All right, faster right-hander here. Last one's the apex. There we go. Second gear. Yeah, all the on-screen graphics are sim hub. Get that shift down to second there. Oskari Kantonen is no longer riding with me. Very sad. He'll be back. Probably just going to restart the game. I didn't restart, which I thought I said to myself I was going to, but it worked. Now I just need to get to the end of this stint, give the car back to Oskari. Tight and bumpy through here, so you can't carry the speed that you think you would. Late on the downshift at first, but you don't really need the engine braking. It's just for the acceleration. Tight one as well. Make sure I don't hit the edge of the bridge there. Tuning in, we're on lap 7 now. I just picked up from Oskari on my second stint, my second final stint. It's just 2 stints for each of us. Just going 2 laps on this one, but that's well over an hour of driving. So we'll work down towards this Fani-Bani chicanes and hairpins and all this fun stuff. first of them here, down to one. Down to first gear there. Second gear for just a minute. Might be able to get it up to third on a qualifying type lap. Third gear, this is a pretty fast chicane that you can really fly through, but you just don't want to risk hitting the walls. Down to second for this one, though. And then keep it nice and gentle on the brakes, easy to lock up into this hairpin. Yeah, when I took over the car, we were second in class, but third overall. It's really that overall scoring. The class stuff is fine, but overall is what you really want. And on a track like this, overall could really be won by most in the 2 or 3 liter cars. Or 5, like we have. Try not to spin my tires too much here. Gotta keep these nice and fresh for Oskari later. Slow there. It's all right. Understeer through the bottom of the hill.
I'm back.
Welcome. Tight one here. They all look the same, but this is the tight one. You don't see that sign until it's almost too late. Alright, headed towards Caltavettura. You can see it up on the hill. It's a little fast. Oh, got it. Settle in here. I'm pushing it a bit, and I don't need to be doing it. It's not going to help things. It'll only end badly. quick on the gear change there, slipped the clutch. It's an old car, it takes a little bit of time to get into gear. Nice and easy down the hill here. It's easy to get yourself into trouble. Going to this tight one. Fresh pavement though, but it is a very slow series of corners. Try to open it up just a little bit to get out. Somebody's knocked over all the bollards on the exit. You'd almost think you're out here alone, but there are other cars out on the course. They're just far away at this point, and we might not be seeing any more traffic for the rest of the race, which is fine, to be honest. I misjudged that because I was thinking that was the second one. It's all right. Forgot to count these right-handers and almost ran off there.
Yeah, it's very good. Not even close.
Felt close to me. All right. Towards the Scalato hairpins, or hairpins now. Past the white tree. Keep it in second here like Oskari was. See if this is just nicer. You don't have to shift on the exit, which is nice. It understeers a little bit though. All right, up to Scalato then, halfway through the lap. Halfway through first of 2 laps for this stint. Down to second gear. Oh, I just did not get the turn in there. It's a very late apex, but I just missed it completely. right, we'll work our way out of the Scalato section then. Still a couple more hairpins. Here's the first. Here's the last one. Alright, we'll head towards Borgo Eras. This is where I had my, coming up to where I had my spin earlier. Definitely want to avoid that. Alright. This is the section Oskari is so good through that it just uses a lot of the grass and the berms and stuff. I just don't know it quite as well, but here's the corner I had the close call on. Just nice and smooth through there. A little bit late on the brakes. Through the right-hander where I spun earlier. It's kind of crazy I spun through there. I'll have to watch it back. I think it's because I was on the mic. All right, Borgo Eras. Quite get third there. All right, run to Colazzano now. It's three. This is one corner I'm kind of learning during the race here. It's 3 apexes on the black tarmac. I bet that could be flat. Definitely faster through there than on previous laps. Steeply down the hill now to Colazzano. Past the ambulance. The one ambulance on the course, so you better crash there if you're going to crash. We're on lap 7 right now. We've completed 6, which is what the lap timer is showing, and there are 10 laps. I'll be doing one more after this. That was a little fast there. And then I'll be handing the car back to Oskari for the final 2.
Wrapup had a big hit.
Who?
K2 guy. Max Schrappe.
That's not good. They're still running?
Yeah.
Alright, wind it into Colazano here. Hopefully Max is alright. He's doing the whole race alone, which I cannot imagine. I'm so happy I just have to do one more lap after this.
No, even steering's almost straight. I'm surprised. Usually when you hit the front that hard, it makes some big damage. Good for him.
Yeah, I'm happy he's not out.
Yeah.
Alright, through the hairpin, through Colazano now. Now we just got to do the rundown to Campo Felice. Downhill section. I would love, this is what I want to work on next, is this part of the track. The whole way down to Campo Felice from Colazano. I just know there's probably 10 seconds in this if I was just a bit more confident with some of the corners. So there's always next year. It's definitely my weakest part of the track right now, just to keep it safe. Sliding the tires a lot more than I was before. I wonder if the track is hotter than it was, or if I'm just pushing a little bit more. Check the tire wear on the straight. Hopefully I'm not wearing them out for Oskari. Oh, Austin Birchfield is left. Not sure if that's a retirement or they're just done their stint. Birchfield DNF. I don't know how the race for the 1.3 liter category is going, but hopefully that's a tight one as well. It's a really tight corner. There's a guardrail there on the inside, so you can't cheat it. Make This is wanting to do faster, yeah. Like this, I think you can get through that pretty quick. Oof. Almost lose the rear end there. Alright, we'll come down. Getting close now. There's the C in front of us. Yeah, this section I'm just not happy with my pace through here, but we'll do it safe. And it's something to work on for the future. We'll have somebody tow us up to Colasano and do the run down the hill a few times. Alright, tight one here. Welcome to Campo Felice. Ooh, on the curbing just a little bit there on the right. It's an interesting feeling. Come through the right-hander towards the cathedral. Cobblestones ahead. A little bit hot there. You got to be done the braking before the cobblestones, or else you're done for. Through the hairpin, now rush down to the Buontornello. We're catching some slower traffic. All right.
How's it going?
Feels good. The car feels like it's sliding on the track a bit more than it was before, and I don't know if like the track temp is different or if I'm just pushing a little differently, but we're good. We're 97%, 96 on the left rear. They're a little uneven.
Track's 46 now. I think it was 37 when we started.
Yeah, I can tell it's a little slidier than it was, but it's still fine. Be interested to see what this lap is. Minus, I guess, the 2 minutes or whatever.
It's your best second sector.
Next. Alright, come up to the kink. Down in a fourth gear. It's a little early on the downshift, but it's alright. See some lap traffic up the road. I might get them on the next lap.
Yeah. .3 is such a great figure.
Alright, getting slowed down here for the end of the lap. One. Now we'll do second gear for this like Oskari was, see if that This just feels a little bit better. Yeah, I can keep the speed up a lot more there. That's probably a second. All right, end of the lap. Final corner, final real corner. Which I don't know. I don't know where that puts me. I guess that would be like a 36:20 if the pit stop indeed was 2 minutes. So right about where I want to be. Final lap for me during this race. We're on lap 8 now, and got to get it around to give the car back to Oskari for 2 laps. Just try to keep this pace up. Feel good. Car feels good. Track's definitely heating up. We've been talking about that. We're still fighting for second position, I believe, but Max, who's in front of us, had a bit of an issue in the last lap, so it might be closer now. Although we probably lost a lot in the pits, so we'll have to see. But on the run to Cerda. Bit of sliding, don't want to do that. How are the positions looking?
Let's see.
Got too close to the edge of the track there. That was nearly bad.
We passed Max Schrappe by 20 seconds. We should be second.
All right. Keep going. I was going to stop, but I'll keep going. All right, made it to Cerda. Slowly catching these lap down cars in front. And
like it's 36:19 as your lap time last lap, but it's actually 38:19, so that means we're behind by what, minute 40?
Minute 40 off Max.
Should be, because we've been then.
We'll see how it all sorts out. Still in third though, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh boy. That was very close. The track is slippery now. I gotta back it down just a little bit.
I was complaining about the inaccuracies on the sheet.
I just slid around a corner sideways.
Well, that's good.
Oh no, Reese is out. Southpaw Racer, I know he was streaming as well.
He got wedged between a Renault 4 and a brick wall.
That's no good. Is that a parked Renault?
Yeah, on the outside of the wall and race found. So between the outside wall and the Renault. A piece of scenery Renault.
It's too bad.
Bad luck.
Seat's making all kinds of weird noises and starting to scare me.
Oh no.
I know, I'm like, is it coming loose or something? I don't know.
Not to fix it.
It just needs to hold on for like another 50 kilometers.
Yeah.
I'm hearing this like creaking sound. I don't feel anything now, so hopefully it's all right. Stutter as Reese joined the race again, but he's not out. All right. Five seconds off Oskari through the first sector. That's not too bad for me. I'll take that. Most importantly, the car is still moving in the forward direction, and it's not damaged, so the track is quite a lot more tricky to drive than it was earlier in the race, just with the heat. So I'm trying my best not to slide the tires, because we're not planning on changing them here in this final pit stop. But still a lot of the lap to go. Still about 30 minutes of driving for me to get to the end of the lap. Fast through this left-hander here. It's nice pavement. few opening radius corners. There's not that many of them. Fanatec, once again, I can hear a car. It's a couple up the road. I've got two, I think 1.3 liter cars pretty much with each other, about 40 seconds ahead. Be interesting to see. We might get them on the straight. I don't think we'll catch them before the end of the lap otherwise, though. Dramatic this time into there. I will take it. First one here is fast. Pretty tight right-hander, and you can't cut because of the bollards. Although somebody's knocked over the last one there. This is also not super slow. But then we get up to the hairpin here. Slide through it, it's all right. A couple slides won't kill it, but don't want to be doing that on every corner. It's very easy to slide this car around, but you'll wear the tires out so fast. Third gear for a second for some reason. All right. Just really don't even have time to look at the indicator on the screen to see what gear I'm in a lot of the times. All right, made it through there. Out of the Sclafani-Bagni section and out towards Caltaveturo. That wrong. This isn't the slow one either, I don't believe. Nope. It's the double right-hander. Here it is. Tight one. You can hear the cars working their way up the hill then. This might have been where I slid a bit last time. Let's do it again here. It's hot. The track is hot. It's so slidey now. The weather does change. The time of day changes and everything, so it is super slick. Definitely gonna have to be careful a little bit. How you doing over there? I know it's late at night.
Yeah. Fine, I'm fine, thank you.
What time is it now? Like 10 p.m.?
Yeah, yeah.
It's so cool that we can do this in sim racing and race with
Been up
people.
since 5 a.m.
Maybe have a coffee or something.
I have 2 Red Bulls.
There you go.
Other energy drink brands are available.
Alright, we got a car in front. It's Chris again. This is the left-hander that Oskari cuts a lot. There he goes, gets out of the way. Thank you, Chris. That was nice. Nice of him.
Nice.
That was nice of him. Worried the car's going to have some oversteer on one of these corners, and there's not a lot of room to save something. It starts to slide a bit. It's going to be a little bit careful. Corners like this, just give it that extra minute to get the car slowed down. Hopefully it doesn't hurt my lap time too much. Everybody else is going to have the same conditions though, so I imagine we're all a little bit easier now. So far into the race too, you don't want to ruin it now. Another car up there I can see. It's neat to pass cars and stuff on this because so many, I mean, majority of the time I'm driving this alone. All right. That's the first one, and it's fast. Get up to the second one. This is the slow one. I almost overcooked it here last time. We'll get it nice this time. Bottom of the hill, coming up towards Scalato now, which is halfway. I downshifted to first, the corner early there, but it's all right. Didn't lose too much time. Yeah, it's true TT style, like they do the Isle of Man bike race as well. Everybody's on the course at the same time, but it's your time that actually matters. Past the white tree, down towards the hairpin, keeping it second for this one. It's a little bit bigger. Fast sections, tough to get by though. Just gonna be up the inside here. This is just a tough corner. It's very tight. That's fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
All right, Scalato, halfway. Trying not to miss the apex this time. There we go. to get it to the finish line for me now. Get it to the pits. We've got 2 laps to go after this one. Oskari's going to handle it from here. Just want to finish my stint nice and smooth. I lost a bit of time getting past a couple of slower cars, but I'm right on pace to match my other lap times, if not improve just even a little bit. So that's good enough for me. I come to the hairpin here at the top. Final one. Everything on my rig feels like it's creaking right now. I don't, like worried something's gonna break on me suddenly. Just hold together for a little bit longer. Alright, run up to Borgo Eras now. Definitely a risky part of the course. Trying to learn from Oskari a little bit. How's that? Learning your lines just a little bit. Top of the hill, Borgo Eras. Get through here nice and safe. It's a fast part of the track. All right, through Borgo Eras. Now we're gonna head towards Colazzano. Final time for me. This is that corner I've learned a little bit. Probably third gear. Just improved the lines through there though. A little more throttle than I've been doing all the way up until today.
Check the telemetry, it only went to 8500.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I checked the telemetry, it only went to 8500.
You have telemetry?
I checked the replay and I looked at the little box.
Okay, I'm like, what are you got like charts over there, graphs?
I wish.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
We'll just let everybody think that's what you're doing over there.
Indeed.
Oh, apparently Frank is stopped.
I just saw the... Yeah, he's pitched on a railing or a
Beached?
Trying to rock it back and forth, get some grip. Now he found some grip. Let's see.
They're pretty far ahead, so he's gonna have to be stopped for a long time. Hopefully their car's not damaged.
Not looking good. Got one rear tire on the railing. Like I said, getting grip.
Where is he?
I don't know this track well enough to tell you.
What are you saying? You don't know this track well enough?
789 or something.
You can tell me the mile marker? I mean, is it? I just want to make sure I'm not going to hit him.
No, yeah. I'll see. You'll see it on the relative there. If you're gonna, I think the engine cuts out. Running.
Man, that's crazy. This deep into the race, so they're out.
Unless they are firing back up soonish. They're firing back up.
It's alright, I gotta focus. Doesn't matter what they do if I don't do what I need to do, so.
Could be nice and bump him.
I'm pretty nice, but I don't know if I'm that nice.
Yeah.
I don't see him on my relatives yet, so. Sliding through there. I'm worried about these tires with Oskari, but I know if anybody can handle it, it's him. I can see, Tractor, that you wrote a bunch of stuff there.
Stop it,
Can't read it. Can't read what you wrote. I can see that you wrote me a bunch of things, though. I'll read it when I'm out of the car, and hopefully I don't collide with Frank here. I don't see him on my relative still, though, so. There he is. 3.5 minutes ahead, so he's towards the end of the lap. I can't believe they got stuck on a guardrail. We're on the run down to Campo Felice now, though, for my final time.
Yeah, you can see him on the relative you have now.
Is he before Campo Felice or after it?
I don't know. I can't move more than 100 meters in this direction.
Well, I guess after it would be the Buonferratello, so. Battle we're in for second might actually turn into the battle for the lead, but we lost a lot of time for the pit stops. I'd imagine Max also has to pit again. Thing is, we're probably doing an extra pit stop from him because he's driving it solo, so that might end up working in his favor. And although Oskari is very good, I don't think he's going to be able to make up like a minute or something. So we'll see. We'll see how it all works out. It's turning into quite an exciting last few laps here, though. Still a long time to go. There's still probably about an hour of racing to go here, or over an hour of racing, hour and a half probably, so it's nowhere near finished. We have a long ways to go. Oskari still has to do 2 full laps. I've got to finish this one. to him, about a minute away. Might be just before Campo Felice. Hopefully I'll see him. Sorry, I can't hear you too well.
Sorry. Keep right when you reach 0 on the relative.
Alright, I think he's right up here.
Keep right
there
now.
he is. Wow, that's heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking.
Oh, it is, yeah.
They were so much faster than everybody. I guess it's not over till it's over, though, so we're definitely ahead of them now on the road just because they started in front of me. So, just a few corners to go. We see it. We already saw the C. The left-hander here. Come into Campo Felice. Almost there. This is much more tiring than a normal race, just mentally. It's so much to remember doing this. Missed that little bit of grip on the inside, but we're all right. Come through and head down to the Buonfornello. Oskari is now riding with me.
How's the tires?
93. What do you think?
I think we're going for it. No change.
You said don't?
Yeah, no change.
Then you don't want any fuel, yeah? Do you want a little bit of fuel?
Maybe. Now, if I don't have the tires, I got just the fuel out, so I'll probably use even less fuel.
Alright, no fuel, no tires, driver change. I'll request it after the kink.
Yeah.
I just gotta get through the end of the lap here, through the kink, nice and safe. Fourth gear. Third. Give it that extra beat there. It's just so sketchy. Alright, we'll request the pit stop. Should be a fairly quick stop in 20 seconds or so. 30 seconds maybe to do the driver change, I believe. Just gotta get through the end of the lap here, nice and smooth. Round out my part with Targa Florio. I don't know if we're fighting for the win or if second or Max is gonna be too far ahead for us to catch him, but it'll be interesting to see how this works out. Certainly we're leading class now, so that's something, but it's really that overall. All right, crew is ready. tight corner. Second gear, keep it in. Inside is so off camber. I don't think Max is stopping. That's wild. I don't know how they're doing the fuel strategy or whatever they're doing, but kudos to them. All right, come final corner for me. Down to second gear. Look for the pits. Just gonna be a low 36-minute lap. Probably my best lap of the race. So, did what I could do.
Good lap, 36.19.
30 seconds.
Okay.
That is a tiring race, my friends. Just cross our fingers, everything works all right with the driver swap, and then see what the gaps look like. I'll refresh the standings and everything. We'll see what the gaps look like. All right, here it goes. There he is. Go get him. Remember, it's really slick now.
Yeah.
Leave Oskari alone. Oh, I'm exhausted after that. What do we want? This one. All right, let's look at where things are at with the leaderboard and everything. Turn down the car just a little bit so that. All right. Just refresh my standings here. So we only have the lap 8 time of us and who we think the leader is. But we are, oh my God, we're under 2 minutes behind, but I don't know should we tell, okay, pick a poll in the chat, should we tell Oskari where we're at? Let's see if I can do this. All right, should we tell Oskari how close we are, or just let him ride it out? Everybody says yes. Yeah, it is Oskari Kantonen. He's our teammate. He's so rapid around here, and I know he's got an endurance mind, but he can really lay it down. I would think Max has to make a stop, so. Yeah, I don't, do I want to tell Oskari and then he pushes too hard? We'll wait till he gets to a straight section to let him know at least. Get him just the oversteer coming out the corners. Hope it was fun to watch so far. It's been a lot of fun doing this. I'm having a blast, an absolute blast at this race. I cannot believe Fanatec and Donut had a crash. They were so fast. They were a minute faster a lap than everybody else. A whole minute, which, I mean, around a track like this, the time it's a long lap, but a minute is insane. And it is so impressive, and it is absolutely gutting that they had some kind of crash and got stuck on a wall. Like, what's the luck in that? The car's probably okay otherwise. All right, don't get too excited, all right? But we're under 2 minutes behind Max, and we're pretty sure he has to pit again. So, do what you're doing, but just so you know.
Has he done once though?
I'll try to figure out. Try to exit out here, and it's a very slow car. My game gets like this after you've been using it for a very long time. No, he has stopped twice. No, he's stopped twice. His last lap, or his first lap, was pretty slow though, so I guess he stopped. No, he's on a current lap. I think he's only stopped once. Sorry, I had that wrong.
Okay.
I think that okay from Oskari was, that's fine, stop talking to me. So we'll jump back in with him. And, they think I'm happy about it? That's a bummer, but I'm not such a competitive person that I enjoy that type of thing. Horde, am I doing Stroll's Kyalami event? Unfortunately, I can't. That weekend is a tough one because it's kind of a holiday weekend in America, and so I'm usually busy with family and friends and stuff then. So I can't do it. I'm disappointed because that would be a lot of fun, but I hope it's a good race. Yeah, he's going to have to stop again, and I mean, it's going to be a quick stop. It's not going to make up a minute and a half, but I don't know. I would not say that this is completely over, everybody, but also there's a long way to go, so I don't know. Whatever those things mean in conjunction with each other. Just update the times here, make sure everything is good. A few more cars filled in their 7th laps. The standings look really bizarre because it's not sorting based off laps. So if you are looking at the standing spreadsheet, 13th and 14th on it right now are the cars we're driving and racing. Scott, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy. I'm a little disappointed I had a spin, especially because I know I was holding the button talking to Oskari and I couldn't catch. I think I had a tank slapper. And I need to know better than to do stuff like that. Like anytime I have a crash because I'm reading chat or things like that, then I just feel really dumb. And so I feel a little dumb because I think otherwise I probably wouldn't have had that spin. But it, oof, you got close to the wall there. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy with how I drove. And I'm not going to let that spin ruin it for me. It is a case of don't text and drive. It's tough though, because like, look, if I didn't want to interact with people, I wouldn't stream. The purpose of streaming is so that I don't know, it's fun to share this with other people and hear what they have to say and learn things. And so it's difficult when you're racing and you can't look at the chat because you know it's not a good idea for your race overall. I just want to be able to make sure that if people are saying cool things that I do see it. But I feel like I've been able to strike a balance most of the time. I've only made a couple mistakes before because of reading chat. Mostly during rally, which I should really know better than because you do have pauses during rally where you can read the chat. Wow, that was a nice hop. He's going for it. Oh my god, Oskari. Just keep it nice and clean. He's disconnected the speedometer, you're right. What other views do we have? I think there are some other views. Got stuff like this or like this. These are kind of cool cameras. Kind of a cool camera. Looks a little better because you can't see the speedometer not moving. He is so smooth, isn't he? He's very smooth. He's a great teammate, and I'm how lucky am I that I get to race with him? Like, I felt really bad. So last year they did the first one of these. Nico and Co did the first full distance Targa Florio, and I originally did sign up with Oskari, and because it was on that holiday weekend, I just couldn't end up doing it, and I felt bad because then he just did it alone, and lo and behold, he won. So I guess I didn't have to feel bad in the end, but he still wanted to do it this year. We got to do that Monza race last season, which was great, and then I'm happy we've gotten to do this. So, all right, another car has finished the 8th lap as well. So if we look, yeah, we're in 2nd place. So it's like a minute and 45 seconds behind right now. Yeah, it's with a K. Oskari with a K. Yep. I do hear another car though. There's the man himself. This is kind of a weird view. I've seen that face for so long. Alright, we're on the hood now. Chasing a car in front. Hopefully we can jump up the inside here into the hairpin. There we go. Nicely by. Nice.
First pass of the day.
Was it? I've had so many. I don't know, what camera do you guys like the most? These are kind of cool. Too little red, yeah. Not quite enough, huh? I think this is a cool view, just because I don't like how you can't see the speedometer moving in the other one, so this kind of hides that. Although, you just get the audio out of your right ear, so. You want the POV? I always feel a little weird, like, jumping actually on board. But we can do it like this if you want. Look, no hands. Yeah, all the gauges work from this view at least, so. Oh boy. Nicely held.
Cheers.
I know. It's the immersion for me, right? If I'm not driving, I guess we can pretend there's a GoPro on his head. I'm just driving with my mind. Alright, he's coming by. Sclafani Bani. It's the waiting here that's difficult. I mean, we're not going to know how these laps are turning out until quite a while from now. He's not even halfway through this lap yet. Neuralink Axelson, yeah. I like the gloves on the driver model without the knuckle without the knuckles covered. Oh, right up to the fence. I think he might have bumped it a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. These menus aren't accurate to the actual race we're doing. It's yeah, this guy's jacked. Best lap was a 35-minute 03.423 by Franatec Wheels, which is, I mean, that's over a minute faster than I've ever gone around here. So, league of their own today. I think we all knew who the fastest car was out here today, for sure. Yeah, it does remind me a little bit of old CS back in the actual day. All right, past Cultivaturo. Now there's only 1.5 laps to go, basically. The race is 10 full laps. We're on lap number 8 right now, or 9 rather. We completed lap 8. We're on lap 9. We're not halfway yet, but getting there. Oh, their ankles are gone. Poor tire changers there on the outside. He's doing his cuts here, and I don't want to watch. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think Tractor is still impressive, the single lap pace. Like, that is unbelievable. Could I put this seat more backwards? I can, actually. How's this? Actually, I could move the seat itself, I think. How does this work? Hopefully I don't have to drive again, because it's going to be messed up for me if I have to. Yes, it was a staggered start. How's this? Is that better? We could do like super FOV so that it looks like he's going a billion miles an hour the whole time. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. It's too much. Whoa, boy. Keep it like here, and maybe we'll go down a little so that it doesn't look like he's sticking his head through the roof. Although there's no roof on this car. To finish first, you must be finished, right? Now I mean, if you're just tuning in, we're in second position. We were in third on pace. And then, unfortunately, the leader had a weird accident where they got stuck on a wall, and I think they're still running now, but they're very much behind. So, our battle for second place has turned into a battle for the lead. Now, Max, who's in the lead right now, is about 2 minutes up the road, or was at the end of the last lap, minute and 45 seconds. However, we think they have to pit again, and we're on lap 9 of 10. Oskari Kantonen, my teammate's driving right now, and we're just watching him do a crazy lap. And we'll just have to see how it works out. I mean, a pit stop at this point is not enough for us to make up a minute and 45 seconds. And pace-wise, Max was doing 36 flats. I mean, I could look actually at their speed, but yeah, they had a 37, but 36, 35, 50, 36, 12. So they're right around, I mean, averaging out 36 flats for this. So that's about as quick as Oskari and I have gone. So there's not a lot of pace in it. So unless Max has a really long pit stop, which doesn't seem likely, or there's a mixture of Oskari going very quick and doing a low 35 and Max maybe having a higher 36, it's going to be tough for us to make up that gap. Looks like Frank's exited the race, which is, that's gutting for them. We'll see, though. That's why we're here and doing the race, because you never know. There's a lot that can happen. 2 laps around the Targa Florio is plenty of racing to go. And we'll have to see it play out. Would I like a beer? Kind of. I've stopped drinking for a while, but it would be nice. Yeah, it looks like they might have DNF'd. Yeah. Maybe the car is too damaged to continue, and it's a long way. Max is off. Oh, little mistake. Leaving Oskari to it. All right, he's halfway around the lap. Still have a lap and a half to go at the Targa Florio, but filling a few more of the times and everything, and looking at the 8-lap completion times. I put a filter on the results so that we can at least see just the folks that have done. We'll put it on 8 laps for now. But yeah, we're second position. There's 4 cars on the lap with us. I've filtered the results if you're checking it out, so it's just going to show the folks that are on the same lap as us to make it a little easier to tell who's in what position. And again, these are unofficial. The results I'm sharing are unofficial. There might be, who knows, penalties or something, and we're just approximating the starting time subtraction from the first lap, so it might be off here or there. Actually, we know it was pretty far off. Well, let me see if I can fix this. Maybe it's correct. I don't know. We won't know for sure who won until after the race, until everybody's finished. That's kind of how these things go. Tell him to push, but don't tell him. Yeah, that's how I feel right now. I already told him, Donat, that we're not without the realm of possibility. And I think that's as much as Oskari needs to decide that he's gonna go as fast as he can go. Oh my god. Oskari just very quick. This corner always scares me. Yeah, I think it's good to know that it makes sense to push a little bit, but to know exactly the gap and everything. Unless he asks, if he asks me, I'll tell him anything. Anything that he wants to know. Keep adding in the times updating here. Oh, that was the wrong thing to paste. Tell him maximum attack. I think he's doing it. Oh my god, I kind of don't want to watch. But it's impressive. We'll give him all the kudos afterwards. We'll see what this lap is. It's going to be about 30 seconds slower than it could be just because of the pit stop. Keep that in mind. Also, the track itself is not as fast as it was earlier in the race. It's pretty slick out there now. Could you go slightly faster by a considerable margin? I think he's going plenty fast, guys. Whoa, Aiden. He's not running a pace, no doubt. I've actually been surprised that him and I were pretty similar speeds. I was about 20 seconds a lap slower than him so far the race, but my last lap was about as good as his other laps were, so... He did do a 35, I believe. But we're not super far off from each other. Sure thing, Milsim. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And sorry there's not been a lot on the YouTube channel for a while. But I'm still sim racing quite a lot. I just haven't had enough time or exactly what I wanted to do to make videos. So yeah, we don't want him to get stuck anywhere or go off the circuit at all. So fast right-hander here. Yeah, he loves that section, he said earlier, Aiden. Keeping our eye on the times. Yeah, Nicholas, a lot of folks, I know there's been quite a bit of chat about like the Assetto Corsa version of the circuit and the cars and stuff, and like, I love all of that stuff too. But I really think if you've never tried this mod in rFactor 2, I mean, if you don't know the Targa Florio, don't just run it here, like run it at any track. These cars feel really nice. They're some of the best feeling cars in sim racing, classic cars. I absolutely love how they drive, and it's something that makes an event like this even more fun because the cars just drive really well. Ooh, nicely saved. I've hit that wall a lot.
Yeah.
He got pretty close there, but he saved it. We're good. Have I tried MX bikes? You know, I haven't. I've done GP bikes, which is the road bike version, but I should try MX bikes. I haven't done any like motocross sim stuff before. I've actually been doing a lot of motorcycle racing in the new MotoGP game as well as Ride 5 again, and I did the Isle of Man game a little bit the other day. I've been running, but trying to get fit, and I've really killed my legs, and it makes sim racing hard sometimes, so the motorcycle games are a little nicer because I'm just using my hands for that. Well, the cars do drive well, but they're hard to drive, Hayden. All right, Colasano, he's made it to Colasano. We'll jump in the external cam for a minute. Don't crash the car. Oh my God. It just looks more extreme from the outside, but it's awesome. That was so cool. That was the perfect time to jump out. Using all the curbing. All right, through the hairpin. In the endurance pack, this is the number 20 car. The 2-0 car, 20. I can't take that from the outside. It's like, it looks scarier than this. Yeah, notes would be nice for this, but I'd recommend, there are some tools out there you can use to have pace notes for this, and do whatever you want if you're just having fun. But if you want to learn this track to participate in a race like this, don't use pace notes, because you'll learn how to do the pace notes. And it'll be hard to like relearn everything once you get rid of them. Oh, Declan's out as well. Declan. So I recommend not using pace notes if you plan to try to race this competitively at some point. But if you're just having fun, do whatever you want. Do we spend a lot of time working on setups? We spent a good amount of time. Oskari did most of the setup work a couple of weeks before I started practicing for this. And then we tweaked on it together a little bit, make the gearing a little easier. And we stiffened the front end of the car quite a bit so that we didn't have a lot of oversteer and stuff. All right, a couple more cars are completing lap 8. We'll add in their times in the sheet here. So yeah, sitting second, I mean, we're not super far ahead of third, so we have to be careful that we don't have a crash or something, because we're less than 10 minutes ahead of third. Sorry, is it Declan? I don't actually know. Is it Declan or Declan? I guess that would be hard to spell over or let me know over the chat, but I apologize either way for my American pronunciation of everything. Ooh, little tap. You're good. You're good.
Just 1 millimeter too much.
It's all right. The car okay?
Yeah.
Now, he's got a bit to go, Tractor. We got to get to the bottom of the hill, through Campo Felice. Declan. Okay. Yeah, I think you can... Some folks have made pace notes for this, and like, there's like an app you can get and do pace notes and all that. DeLorean Declan. Okay. Well, now I know, and I apologize for pronouncing his name wrong at various times over the years. I know I've raced quite a bit with Declan. It's not a name we have in America here that I see. I don't think I've ever met somebody named Declan, so. Yeah, we will know soon if Max, not Verstappen, Max, who's leading this race, if he's pitting or not. And then we'll have to see the gap, and I don't know.
Our first dark blue.
Our first what?
Dark blue.
What's that?
Damage. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's you only got scratches and I got like actual damage.
No worries. I mean, I'm sure as long as the car is fine enough for you, just keep going.
Yeah, I don't think it actually did anything. Maybe like 1,000th of a toe angle change.
Just if you have a crash now, you can blame it on that. So.
Yeah. On myself.
I'm not, Dino, I'm not going to try to say that because I have no idea how to pronounce Finnish, but he is driving quite well. Even with that little wall tap, he's pushing, so it's easy to do stuff like that. Max for Schrappe in, yeah, exactly. Max Schrappe is leading the race in a solo drive, which is insane. I mean, this is, how long's the stream been going now? Over 6 hours. The race started about 45 minutes into the stream, so this race is going to be over 6 hours.
Half the car's out already.
Yeah.
Half race.
It's very competitive this year.
Yeah.
You're doing well. You got one more lap. All right, coming up to Campo Felice then. Gonna run through the town here, and then it's a couple corners, and we'll get onto the Blanfornello. Will Max hit a barrier, huh? Yeah, that's the joke. We call Oskari Kantonen. Because I pronounce things poorly. All right, come up to the cathedral here. Just got to be careful on the cobbles. Oskari knows exactly that. See how close he got to that. Max didn't pit. That's insane. How did he not pit? All right.
Did
well,
he
on
box?
Sorry?
Did Max box?
No, he didn't.
Oh.
We think he might have some damage though, so just keep on. Yeah, the rear damage doesn't typically hurt too much. But, all right, we'll get this filtered onto 9 laps. So at 9 laps, Max up in the lead is at 5 hours 30 minutes, we think. So how do I pronounce that word? Worcester. If I'm actually from Massachusetts, it's Worcester. You always kind of like, ooh, the tires disappear from a distance. It's always kind of good to look at these angles. The thing is, we have a Worcester in Massachusetts, so that's why we know how to say it. But all right, nicely through the Buonfanello kink. Nicely through the kink. A little bit of a rise on the RPMs there as he shifted, but. Yeah, it's nearly 200 miles per hour on the straight there. Come through the end of the lap though. Happisburg. I've never heard of Happisburg. I've heard of Habsburg, like the Austrian family. We're on the second to last lap. We're on lap 9, ending lap 9, coming to lap 10. And we're going to see what the gap is to Max, who's leading the race. I'm surprised he didn't pit, because I feel like he's only pit once. But he must have pit a second time, and maybe he did have a 37-minute lap, so he must have done a quick pit stop then, but he's just like fingertip the wheel. But we got about 36 minutes of racing to go here for Oskari, and we'll know how it all turns out. One more lap comes through the final real corner, a couple of corners here, overlooking the garages. A bunch of cars sat in there now. We never got to see Ernest Simoncic, and quite a few retirements on the opening lap, which is a pity. All right, coming through, we'll see what the lap time is. It's going to be over 36. But remember, there was a 30-second pit stop at the start of it, so 36:27 minus 30 seconds, so that was a 35-minute lap. One more to go. Final lap. Yeah, maybe he skipped tires. I don't know. Don't really know, but we'll add it to the result tracker here. And I mean, unfortunately, the gap grew over that lap. I mean, I think we're doing everything we can, so. But because Max didn't pit like we thought he was, it's grown a bit. So we're 2 minutes, 7 seconds or so behind now. Yeah, 2 minutes, 7 seconds about. Let's call it 2:10 to be safe. A little bit of a snap there. Yeah, we only do 10 laps. The reason the server is set to 11 is so that the race doesn't end. Usually there's like a countdown once the leader finishes and then it ends the race. And we don't want to cut people off from finishing. So the server has 11 laps in it, but the race is done at lap 10. And only 10 laps will count. See what Oskari does on the last lap here. I half want to tell him just to get to the end, because as it stands right now, hold on, I'll see if we can get the see if laps here. No, it's still just 2 of us have crossed the line for lap 9. So, yeah, you can change the cutoff timer, but I think the max for rFactor 2 is 30 minutes, which is not quite enough for this track. So, ooh. Nearly wrapped around a light pole there. Yeah, class win. I mean, I'll take a class win, but it really is about that overall victory for us, since we do have a car capable of doing it. Oh, I think he was in the air for an entire section there. That was impressive. Still waiting for another car to finish the 9th lap. Oskari is going to do what he can possibly do to close it, but unfortunately, Max would have to make some kind of major error for us to make up 2 minutes. It's just not going to be possible with his lap speed to do anything more than 10 or 20 seconds at the very most, you know. Oh yeah, we're not talking to Oskari at all. He can't hear us. And he's just absolutely killing it right now. Still towards the beginning of the lap though. We're coming up, just got through Cerda. Now we'll head towards Sclafani Bagni. Boy. Kind of parts of this are like hard to watch at this point. Yep, 2.5 minute gap basically. 2 minutes 10. Kind of appreciating Oskari doing his thing. He's also, I mentioned this last time when we did Monza, and hopefully he doesn't hear this part while he's driving, but you know, Oskari doesn't stream and stuff regularly like this, and so you can't discount that it's pretty nerve-wracking to suddenly be doing this in front of people where you might normally just, you know, do it on your own or something. So I mean, when I started streaming, I had a very small number of people watching, so it was easier to build up. But we've had quite a few people in here today, which is awesome. But it's also, you know, could imagine, oh no, a little bit of a hit there. You're all right, you're all right?
Yep.
I can imagine it being definitely nerve-wracking to suddenly be, you know, on a stream with people watching and stuff. So if you look at the pinned comment, Great Indoors, that is the gap that we've calculated. I don't know if it's perfect, but it's as close as we can get. There's no tracker, unfortunately, for the like splits and stuff that we know of. But actually, we could take a peek. Jump out of the car of him. A little bit, but we haven't gotten through the first sector yet, but we'll look at Max's sector time, 7:56. So he's just routinely a bit quicker than us through the entire lap. GP laps in 2008. Yeah, so 7:56 for Max there through the first sector. We can see what our time is. Coming up on it, you can see it at the bottom of the screen there, 7:45. So we are faster, but only by 10 or so seconds. So it's not going to be enough to Not going to be enough to build that gap or get that gap back in anyway, but we're probably about 2 minutes apart now. I'll go back to passenger because it does look a bit nicer when you're actually on passenger mode. There we go.
How's it looking?
You were faster through the first sector, but it's about a 2-minute gap. So do what you will, but you're rapid. Old video of the R trainer and rFactor on a Mills Metro Park. Yeah, I've got a video of like, I think I was testing like track IR in, I think it's the Formula BMW, but it's at Mills Metro Park. It's one of the first videos I put on YouTube from a long time ago. Unless you're talking about the rFactor review I did a couple years ago, which would be much more recent. But there's a video from like 2009 of rFactor that I have on the channel. A long time ago. Yeah, Oskari was up about 5 seconds over our best lap so far. Looks like there might be a few time weird things too. Seems like one of the drivers had a weird bugged lap, but they'll fix it afterwards. Still only 2 cars, I believe, on the 9th lap right now.
Yeah, for some reason I thought it was like 1 minute. That's almost doable. 2 minutes is a bit too much.
Yeah. We think he might have a little bit of damage, so we'll see what the sectors are, but...
I can see that the relative, I'm not getting that much.
Yeah. But do what you're doing, you never know.
Yeah.
Bob, I plan to get back to the Can-Am and the 66 series at some point. I just don't know exactly when I'll do it exactly, but I've not given it up for sure. I know it's been almost a year. I believe about a year since I did one. All right, 3rd car is now past the line to start the final lap. They're about 10 minutes behind us at this point. Yeah, so far, I mean, if we look at things, we're definitely en route to win our class. But we're 2nd overall. And for our car, because it can win overall, that really is what we're shooting for, is the overall place. So we're 2nd place, which I'm very happy with. I mean, regardless, Max deserves all of the credit to win. Driving solo for this full thing, I can't imagine how tiring that would be. I did 5 laps and I'm good. And I did it in 2 different stints, so I was able to break it up in the middle. So if you're gonna go out here and turn 36-minute laps for 6 hours, oh, another slide there. Tires are very worn. Yeah, if you go out here and are able to drive for 6 hours and do 36-minute flat laps for that time, you deserve whatever position that gives you. Yeah, the scenery here is nice. It's especially nice on the Assetto Corsa laser scanned version, where you really get a concept for the overall landscape and everything. But they did a great job on this, making it feel as big as it really is. It's very impressive. I thought it was going to be tough getting back in for the second stint, but because it did relax for an hour and a half. But it was actually pretty easy. Kind of got right up to speed, and I did my 2 best laps of the race in a row. So we've changed tires twice. We've pit 3 times though, which might be what really separated it for us. Maybe Max pit. Well, he definitely only pit twice, and maybe he just didn't change tires as much. I don't know. I'm pretty sure real life the drivers were always in teams for this, but I could be wrong. I know there's been some crazy folks that tried to do the real 24-hour of Le Mans solo back in the day. Race has gone well, Andrew. It's been mostly clean. We had 1 spin, courtesy of myself, but I didn't hit anything. And then Oskari's bumped the wall a couple times here, but he says the car feels fine, so. Oh wow, they did do it solo at the end, huh? That's wild. Yeah, 1 silly spin. It really shouldn't have happened, but I'm not going to let it ruin the race for me. And realistically, we lost about 20 seconds with the spin, which so far has not been the thing that made a difference in this race. So it's really just been the pace. Max has been able to do 36 flats the entire time. Oh yeah, Dylan, I'm definitely going to watch the Indy Quali later. I don't know if I'll watch a highlight or what. It's a lot to actually sit and watch, but we'll see. Watch something. Absolutely going to relax later. It's been a lot of driving today. Final lap, we're in 2nd place, Taka. About 2 minutes behind the leader, though, unfortunately. So unless there's an issue up the road, it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to get there, but very, very happy to finish 2nd if we do finish 2nd. If it takes 30 seconds for a driver change, do you drop 1:30 to anyone? No, so they do the driver change as you're doing fuel and tires. So I guess we lost 30 seconds doing an extra driver change because we didn't change any fuel and tires in the last stop. But for the other 2 stops, it would have been the same regardless of the driver change. Nice and smooth, Oskari. That poor family on the inside there got the thrill of a lifetime. Oversteer. So he's rushing down the hill now. We're headed towards Scalato, which is halfway around the lap. Second half of the lap is always a bit quicker than the first half. All right, we'll take a look at the sectors, not for quite a while, so we'll give it a few more minutes. I guess we can see in the bottom right there what the difference is. So after the last sector, it was 340. That's not the actual distance for the timed race. It's about 2 minutes, but we know we gained about 10 seconds. So if it's less than 340, we can assume that's how much we gained through the last sector. That's a short sleep, Luke. It's been a long stream, but just about 7 hours now. It's a long stream. It'll be one of my longer streams. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm impressed with somebody doing the 24-hour, the real 24-hour of Le Mans solo. It really just seems dangerous to do that much racing. I think it's really impressive when it was 2 drivers. I mean, even with 3 though, it's still quite a lot. Nice run through there. Late apex, perfect. Now we'll carry it pretty much flat out here to the Scalato intersection. Bit of a off throttle there. Get it down probably to 2nd gear, maybe 1st. This is Scalato then. Halfway. Half a lap to go. Half a lap to go. The enthusiasm is just wild. Oh, we had a 3rd car finish the 9th lap. Oh, I guess that's what it's been. So yeah, it does look like we had a car. Not that we're battling, but there was a car that kind of missed. Their lap wasn't reported, so it's something that's going to have to get fixed for the final results. But it shouldn't affect the battle we're in with Max here. Hairpin at the top. Coming up to Colazzano now. Or that'll be the next town we go through. Alright, through the final hairpin there of the Scalato section. And now working up the hill. It's a fast section here. This is one that he's told me it's one of his favorite sections of the course. That was a hard hit.
Ah, still fine.
Still fine.
Yeah.
Wow, that's lucky.
Skill.
Skill? It looks crooked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, just try to get it home.
Yeah, it's easy to drive.
Okay. Alright, we bent it. That was a hard whack. I would have been shocked if that didn't damage the car. And it looks like you can tell he's steering kind of sideways now. So that is probably any shot at all possible of catching Max. Truthfully, it was never an option unless Max made a big error, but that definitely damaged the car a lot. But we just got to make sure we get it home without spinning off the road or anything. Yeah, definitely just try to get it home because we're gonna win class.
Yeah.
And we're gonna place 2nd unless we lose like 10 minutes. So.
Yep. At least we tried to keep the pressure up on the first place.
No, you're doing fine, but no need
now
to
push
switch
it off. Yeah.
Yeah, luckily the tires don't tend to blow unless you lose them entirely in rFactor too, so. Yeah, we're not gonna push anymore. Definitely just a case of riding home. We got a 10-minute gap to 3rd place, we think, and Max was 2 minutes up the road anyway, so. Unless he makes a major error. And at this point, the type of error that would get us a win would be Max crashing out completely, which is not, honestly, not something I want to happen either, so. Yeah, that is true. The tires are absolutely worn. I think he just missed the braking for that one corner, which I've done stuff like that a billion times. It's so easy to do that here. But went through the Borgo Era section there, and now he's going to work over the top of this hill and then work down towards Colazzano. Max is driving a 2-liter car, so he's technically in the 2-liter class. I believe there's 3 classes out here. There's the 1.3 liter cars, there's the 2-liter cars, and there are the 5. I think that's what our class is. Or 2 plus is what our class is. So Max gonna win overall in the 2-liter cars, but it shows, I mean, the lighter car, even though it has a lot less horsepower, we would pass him very easily down the straight, but he's so much faster through all the corners because of the light car that he's able to come out with a better lap time. The fact that they're so close, though, it shows you how cool the racing is around this course. I mean, we're in pretty different cars, and we're all lapping very similar times around that 36-minute mark, so it's a pretty interesting type of racing. I love it. I love this time trial type racing. I wish some of these sims would support it as really like a first-class feature, because doing the starts and having everybody respect the starting order and the timing and all that and calculating the results, I wish one of these sims would add a first-party mode for doing this online. I think it would be very, very cool. How do these cars compare in rFactor 2 to the WSC 60s mod? They're a little different. I find the cars in the WSC mod you can slide them around corners a lot easier. These ones you can spin out a bit more if you get them sideways. I've said for a long time, I think these are some of the best classic sim racing cars across the board. rFactor 2's physics, you know, are just very nice to drive. I know a lot of people really like AC's physics, and honestly, I've said great things as well about that WSC mod because it is fantastic as well. But for pure driving experience, I'd like these a bit more in rFactor 2. But I'd be happy driving either. It's not something that I think this is that much better or anything. Yeah, if you've never tried rFactor 2, and either you have it or it's on sale or something, and you like classic racing, which I assume if you're watching this you like you like this kind of thing. But I recommend so highly this mod and these sets of cars. It's my favorite. These and the 50s cars from Muchu are my favorite mods for rFactor 2 by far. So it looks like we have 4 cars that are on the final lap right now. We should see a split time here in just a second, but I'm expecting we've lost quite a bit of time just because of the damage. There we go. Yeah, we lost about 30 seconds after the damage and everything. So Oskari's just gonna limp it on down the hill from Colazzano down to Campo Felice. Much slower now. It's just, I can imagine it being tricky to drive. Yeah, that's the thing, Fred. And I guess, like, for as amazing as these cars are and how, I mean, it's awesome doing these types of races and stuff, and I love it, and that's why I'm doing it. But rFactor 2 can be such a pain sometimes to get running, and it just randomly doesn't work right, and it's slow. I mean, you've seen during the stream when it changed sessions, it took like 2 minutes to load randomly. It was just frozen. So you have to put up with that stuff, which is annoying a little bit. Did Scuderia Quattro Corsa crash? I don't know. As far as I can tell, they've not turned in a lap 8 or lap 9 time, so they may have crashed. Well, here it's not necessarily the corner names, it's more the towns and the areas that you go through. So the town we just came out of was Colazzano, and we'll dive down the hill here towards Campo Felice, which is the final little town that you go through. Yeah, if you want to see the raw lap times in that spreadsheet that I've got shared, the second tab is where all the actual times are, so that you can see them. But the first tab is just showing the results for the lap 9 finishers so far. I'll set that filter for lap 10 in a second. Yeah, Donat, I saw. I was gutted for you all because you were by far the quickest. Easy. I mean, you had a minute on everybody. So, a minute per lap on everybody, which is just unreal pace. So, sorry to see that you all had a crash there. Definitely a new bar for pace around here. I don't know if I'd ever get to lap times that quick. Right-handers hurt, huh?
A bit, yeah. Luckily it's an anti-clockwise circuit, so I've got it.
That's true. One of the few.
Yeah.
Alright, it's not too much longer to go now.
You gotta give it to Max. You might remember him as Real Deal God at HRSC. It's really a difficult job he's pulled off today.
Yeah, well, I was telling the chat here, we were talking about it a bit as you're cruising along, but like to do this whole race solo, I know you did it last year, which is, I can't imagine. Like, I wouldn't be able to do that. I did 5 laps across 2 stints and I'm exhausted.
Yeah, it wasn't fun. It was a great experience, but I'm happy to do it once. But
yeah, let's make sure we get to the end first.
Yeah.
Let's not celebrate anything.
Yeah, I'm celebrating last year's Targa.
That's a lifetime victory, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about the longer circuit earlier, Fu. In the 20s, there was a couple years, just 2 years, I believe, where they ran a 1,000-kilometer version, or over 1,000 kilometers around the entire island of Sicily. And quite famously and kind of funny in retrospect, this circuit is called the short circuit, the Piccolo course. So it's funny in these days to think of it as the short course when it is in fact so much longer than any other sim racing course. I mean, even the Isle of Man, this course is double the length of the Isle of Man bike course. Because that's about, right, 35 kilometers or so. Maybe a little bit longer, but it's it is a long, long track, even though this is the short course. All right, getting towards the bottom of the hill now. Oskari's taking it nice and easy here. There's no pressure from behind. We got a 10-minute lead on third, and we'll probably get a 38-minute lap or so here for our final one. But we've got damage. Oskari was pushing really hard and just bent the left front a bit. So it's better to be safe. Just get it to the end here. Oh, it's 60. It's 60 kilometers. Okay, I was thinking 37 miles to 60. Okay, so it's actually not that much shorter, but it shows you how much faster that course is than this one. Yeah, I saw you done that on the left side here, or it was Frantic, but the leader has finished the race, apparently. It's kind of a jarring text to get. Not long now.
Yeah.
Just be extra careful through the chicane on the Buonfornello.
Oh yeah. No hurry. No rush.
Yeah, Frantic, we were pushing a lot to see if we could close the gap at all to Max on this last lap, but we bent the front. So he's just taking it nice and easy now, getting it home. But yeah, that's... I mean, congrats to Max. It looks, I mean, looks like there's no chance that he hasn't won this race overall. And so just absolutely insane pace, especially for a solo driver. I mean, 36 flats. I mean, he did laps just about at my limit solo for 10 laps. So that is unbelievable. Cruising down the straight though. Past the houses, all right. I hope he just takes it a bit easy here because it's gonna feel really weird slowing down with the damage. It is an amazing sense of speed, huh? It's cool. It always feels really rewarding too to get to that point of the lap. Nice and easy. It's probably gonna tug a little bit to the left and to the right under braking. Done. All right, one last blast. Towards the finish. Not long to go now, but still a tricky section. It's not easy. I know the first time I got to this point in the lap, I always thought, like, when you look at the map, the straight's the end of the lap, and then you realize that there's at least a dozen corners between you and the finish. So you have to be nice and careful to get through it. Yeah, I love that on the Assetto Corsa version with the train and seeing it pass you and everything down the highway. It's quite cool. All right, but just a couple tight corners to go. Come through the hairpin up here. Roll it through very nicely. He skips that off camber on the inside, which is probably a good idea. Yeah, the final corners aren't the most difficult, but it definitely isn't arbitrary. You do have to... The one overlooking the garage is actually quite tricky, I feel like, the left-hander right at the end. All right, we'll come through, though. Final 3 corners to go. This one can catch you out, I feel like. I mean, this lap's still going to be sub 37, actually, which is wild, because it has felt quite slow, but... we did it. We finished the race.
Yeah.
And this lap is still just at 37. It's not a bad lap, despite the damage and everything.
So, yeah, 37 flat, yeah.
37 flat to finish it. Remember to, I think you got to pull up on the right up here, right?
Yeah, we're gonna find our winner.
Is he sat there still?
Probably. Could be. I think that was the intention that we sit here. Yeah.
Oh wow, we have to stay in the car while everybody finishes. It's gonna be like a half an hour before the final car finishes.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So preliminarily, I believe
They
we've gotten
probably
second.
want the positions to be accurate. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and definitely unofficially, but we should have a second place finish there. So well done. We that was not an easy race.
To you as well.
That was such a good pace for everybody. Like,
Indeed,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like last year's was a bit more spread out, but everybody was a lot closer in this.
Yeah. I thought like high 36s would be fine. And I mean, it was fine, but I mean, I thought it was really like winning better.
I mean, I look at like Max's pace. I'm just looking at his lap times and stuff, though. But he did. I guess hold on. Let me put it on stream so that I'm not the only one looking at it. Make sure everybody else can see it too. But yeah, Max's times for the race. He started out with a 40-minute lap, but that's with the start time in there. So obviously after that, 36:30, 39. So he did a pit stop on lap 3. And then he
I
did
see you've got a poll on the stream.
Yeah. Oh, sorry?
I see the poll you have on the stream about how close we are.
Yeah, that's. I was like, do I tell him or not? But yeah, he did on lap 4 35:55, and then did a low 36, another 35:50, a 37, which I think that was his second pit stop. So a 37-minute lap for the pit stop. I wonder if he didn't change tires or something.
Yeah, probably. So that is high 36 pace for the winner. He just didn't do as many pit stops.
Or the pit stops as well were shorter. It's not even that he did one fewer, but
great job.
Yeah, he definitely did. But yeah, good job. I mean, you did a great job as well.
Yeah,
and I'm very happy we finished, got to the end.
Same.
Well, what do we do now?
Fantastic.
Could go spy on the finishers here.
Yeah.
See if we can see anybody else finish. Thank you, Frank. Sorry to see you all have the issues you had. You had unreal pace for it. Oh, you also cannot see what I'm doing right now because you have the results up. Let me try to fix this. Ta-da. There we go. Where am I? There we go. Make everybody sick. See if we can see anybody else cross the finish line, though. Yeah, everybody's saying, well done to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Here's the finish line. See if we can at least see a car come through. There should be a couple other cars on our lap when we finished. I think next through should be the 13 car. Yeah, the 13 car, and I think they were... I feel like I can actually hear them coming, so... Can hear a car downshifting. This is how it would be at the real Targa Florio.
Nico wants to interview us.
How do we do that?
We go to the waiting for interview Discord channel on the...
All right. Well, I'll go there.
Yeah.
We did finish P2. We're just waiting for more cars to finish, and I think I'm going to get interviewed, I guess. So, we'll see. We'll see what it's like. Can hear a couple cars, actually. There might be a couple cars together. There's more than just a couple cars on the final lap, but there's other cars racing that got lapped during the race, so they might be finishing together. Le Mans style team finish or something. Here they come. You hear them coming for forever. There he is. Number 6.
Hi, guys.
Oh,
Thank you.
oh congrats,
Congrats.
Max.
Thanks. The results already
We
are already ready.
we think we have some of the top results, and it looks like you won. Yeah.
He got snatched.
Oh, it looks like they pulled Max in for the interview. So I'll stay on while we do the interview and stuff. So our lap cars will finish laps down. So everybody crossing the line now has done the race, whether they did 10 laps or 5 or 2. Yeah, they finished laps behind. But everybody does get to finish this lap, so there should be cars coming across for quite a while. Looks like that was the third 10-lap finisher, so we can see what that does to the actual results. So, yeah, we still hold in second position. Finished 10 minutes ahead of third place, and just about 3 minutes behind Max, which, all things considered, with the crash there on the final lap, I think is all right. Definitely enough racing for me today, though. Can hear a couple more cars coming. So Real Deal God, or Max, as he's known, his real name, wins overall, but also the 2-liter category. I guess we won the 2-liter plus category, although we finished second. And I believe Nicholas Kirsten has won the 1.3, but let me double check that to make sure I'm not lying. But I think that to be true. No, that's second. He's second in the 2-liter. So it looks like... I'm not sure who's winning the 1.3. So we'll have to see. See you later, Frank. There's a couple more cars coming towards us. Alright, where is this guy?
Which guy?
Oh, Nico. So the 2-car.
Yeah, good. He just set the tag dust. Maybe he's just the messenger. Hey, Nicholas.
The 1.3 cars, I think they'd be Matras and like the Porsche, I believe. You can hear the cars. I can hear the cars honking their horns.
That's it, guys. Thanks a lot. Congratulations for you.
Oop, I got pulled in.
And Jake William have joined us. And first of all, congratulations on the 2.0 plus class win, guys.
Thank you. It was, man, what a competitive race this was.
And Jake, let's start with you because you started the car. It's always important to kind of set the tone of the event. But how did you feel? Because I thought that both of you guys did 2 stints each, and the performance was dang close to equal.
Yeah, it definitely a little nerve-wracking to start, especially with us starting towards the back of the grid, right, passing cars and things. But I was very happy and impressed with the driving, working up the grid and getting past all the other drivers and stuff. And it was really fun to race this track with other cars out there because so often we're doing hot laps and things. But yeah, it felt great. I think Oskari and I were talking that the track was quite a bit cooler at the start of the race, so it had a lot of grip for the first few laps, which definitely helped.
Well, Oskari, I want to come and talk to you now because you've got quite the clout coming into this event, especially after last year. Now, did you feel like you guys had any speed in the last half of the race to maybe hunt down the overall win after Godrecki had his incident?
Yeah, we tried to do that. We thought that maybe Max would have one more pit stop to take, but it turned out he didn't have to do it, so that's why we didn't catch him.
Well, in terms of the outright pace, did you guys feel like you really grabbed it all today, or did you feel like you left any on the table? Was the strategy pretty aggressive from your point of view, Oskari?
Oh no, the strategy was to leave something on the table just to make sure we finish the race. I did a 34-minute lap in practice, but I didn't want to risk that much here.
And I guess my last question, I'll go to you, Jake, for it, is when it comes to memorizing a track like this and being able to push it over the course of 6 hours, are you guys finally happy that it's over?
Well, I think that points out how impressive it is that Max did the entire race on his own and was able to win for actually doing it for 6 hours. It's nice splitting it 3 hours apiece with Oskari, and am I happy it's over? In one way, yes, it's a little bit of a relief that we finished and were able to get to the end, but I love racing around this course, and I love that Nico and Darren and everybody involved are able to put together a race like this because it's not something that you can do even in real life anymore. So some of the awesome things that we can do with sim racing.
Well, I just want to say thank you guys so much for participating. You guys put on a terrific performance. And starting with you, Oskari, is there anybody that you guys want to give a shout out to?
Well, obviously I want to give a shout out to Max for winning the race. I just have to reiterate how big a deal it is to be able to keep on the pace for over 6 hours here.
Jake, anybody you want to thank?
I think I just echoed that with Max, and then again with Nico and Darren and everybody else that helped set it up. Looking forward to whatever the next one is.
Well, those were your drivers from North Atlantic Racing Team, Oskari Kantonen as well as Jake.
There we are.
I'm so bad at the interviews.
There's a guy in the middle of the lap.
Hello.
Congrats, Oskari and Jake. Well done, guys.
Cheers.
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go say goodbye to my chat and everything, but I will talk to you guys in a bit, I'm sure.
Righto.
All right. I appreciate folks that stuck with me for this whole long race, and there we go. Hello. That was a lot of fun. Thanks, Oskari, and I'll tell him separately as well, but he did such a good job with this today, and really happy to finish second. We won class. I'd love, I guess, still something to work for, getting that overall win. Gotta, I don't know, pick it up 30 seconds a lap or something for next year, but I'm so excited to do this again at some point, and maybe we'll race somewhere else as well. But I don't know. But otherwise, I think that's it. I think this has been plenty long of a stream, and yeah, I don't know what's next from here on YouTube and stuff, but it'll be good whatever it is, I'm sure. So have a good rest of your weekend. There's a lot of racing happening out there, and yeah, I'll see you all again next time. Have a good one. Goodbye. See you later.